The evolution of cyber threats, 2026 and beyond.
Cyber threats are evolving faster than ever. If you are preparing for a SOC analyst interview in 2026 or beyond, traditional scenarios like phishing and ransomware simply aren't enough. Today, organizations are breached via AI-driven attacks, identity manipulation, cloud takeover, and autonomous malware. In this video, we will walk through real-world, next-generation attack scenarios exactly as they unfold in a modern SOC, from detection and triage to L2/L3 escalation, threat hunting, and strategic closure at the CISO level.
What we will cover today.
1. AI-powered and autonomous attacks, deepfakes and self-adapting malware. 2. Identity compromise, MFA bypass and OAuth token theft. 3. Cloud and API exploitation, taking over cloud infrastructure. 4. Lateral movement, DNS tunneling and stealth techniques. 5. Future threats, quantum risks and autonomous systems.
1. AI-powered and autonomous attacks.
The biggest shift in cybersecurity today is that attackers are no longer just using tools, they are using artificial intelligence. AI is not just helping defenders, it is now being weaponized to automate attacks, mimic human behavior, and evade detection in real time. These are not theoretical risks, they are happening now.
How attackers are weaponizing AI.
1. Hyper-personalized phishing, crafting emails using an employee's exact writing style. 2. Deepfake fraud, imitating executive voices to approve fraudulent transactions. 3. Automated MFA floods, launching fatigue attacks until a user gives up. 4. Self-modifying malware, code that changes its behavior based on EDR detection. 5. Autonomous operations, attacks that adapt and pivot without human intervention.
Scenario 1. AI-based MFA fatigue attack.
Let's deep dive into our first real-world scenario. We will analyze an AI-driven MFA fatigue attack targeting a company executive. We will see exactly how the SOC team handles it, starting from the very first alert.
Scenario 1. MFA fatigue attack and OAuth persistence.
What if I told you attackers no longer focus on passwords, but instead exploit human psychology through your phone notifications? This is exactly how multiple global companies were breached recently. In this video, we will walk through a 2026 SOC analyst scenario, an MFA fatigue attack on an executive. We will trace the response from the L1 analyst all the way up to the CISO. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The alert, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM triggers a high-priority alert, 17 consecutive MFA push notification failures for a C-suite executive user within 2 minutes. This volume is extremely unusual and indicates a potential brute force attempt on the user's patience.
Interviewer question, what is your first action?
Answer, I would immediately contact the user via an out-of-band method, phone call or Slack, to confirm whether they initiated those login attempts. In this scenario, the user confirms, no, I didn't try to log in. My phone was flooded with approval requests. This confirms a potential MFA fatigue attack. I immediately escalate the case to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Risk Analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Login source. The requests are originating from a foreign IP address that has no history with this user. 2. Authentication status. The username and password used were correct, but the MFA was denied by the user, until potentially one accidental click. 3. Infrastructure. The traffic is coming from a known cloud hosting provider, indicating the use of an anonymous compute instance rather than a residential IP.
Interviewer question, if credentials were correct, how did they get them?
Answer, since the password was correct, it is highly likely the credentials were compromised via a previous phishing attack, a credential spill from another site, password reuse, or purchased from a dark web access broker. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter Involvement.
The advanced discovery, OAuth persistence.
Answer, investigating further, the L3 analyst finds a critical issue. Even though the password was eventually changed, the attacker remains active. Why? The attacker used the initial access to register a malicious OAuth application, granting them a persistent access token. This means they can bypass MFA and password resets entirely.
Attack methods identified.
1. MFA fatigue, push bombing, spamming the user until they accidentally click approve. 2. OAuth token persistence, creating a backdoor that survives password changes. 3. Cloud VM access, using ephemeral infrastructure to hide their true location.
Interviewer question: how do you mitigate OAuth persistence?
Answer: we must immediately revoke all active refresh tokens for the user and force a reauthentication. Additionally, we need to audit the enterprise applications in Azure AD or Okta to find and remove the malicious application grant. Scene 4, Incident Response Team takes over.
Immediate containment actions.
1. Block access. Block the malicious IP address and terminate the active session. 2. Identity lockdown. Force a logout on all devices and temporarily disable the user account until identity verification is completed via video call. 3. Policy change. Switch the user from push notification MFA to number matching MFA. This requires the user to type a code displayed on the screen, which stops MFA fatigue attacks cold. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategic Response.
Long-term strategic fixes.
1. Awareness training. The CISO conducts an executive-level session on the dangers of push bombing. 2. Phishing-resistant MFA. The organization moves to implement FIDO2 hardware keys, like YubiKeys, for all privileged users. 3. Zero Trust Policy. A new conditional access policy is pushed to block logins from non-compliant or unmanaged devices. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer: interviewer asks, if this happens again, but the attacker uses AI to mimic the user's phone behavior to bypass standard checks, how would you detect it?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer: I would rely on behavioral biometrics and login risk scoring. We would look for anomalies in typing speed, mouse movement, or gyroscope data if available. Additionally, we would enforce impossible travel detection and implement adaptive authentication that steps up requirements based on the risk score of the session, not just the password.
Conclusion: the human factor.
In this scenario, the attacker didn't brute force your system, they brute forced the user's patience. Modern SOC analysts must understand identity-based, AI-powered attacks, not just traditional malware. If you want more real 2026 SOC scenarios like this, covering cloud breaches, API key exposure, and deepfake phishing, comment next scenario below.
Scenario 2, AI voice deepfake CEO fraud, BEC 2.0.
In our second scenario, we face a threat where no malware exists and no firewall is breached. The attacker targets the most vulnerable element of any organization, human trust. This is business email compromise, BEC 2.0, where attackers use AI-generated deepfake audio to impersonate executives and authorize fraudulent actions. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger: what the L1 sees.
Answer: unlike typical attacks, there is no malware alert. The trigger is a process anomaly. The finance head reports an urgent email request for an invoice payment. Crucially, minutes later, they received a voice call from someone sounding identical to the CEO, confirming the urgency and demanding immediate processing.
L1 analysis and indicators.
1. Psychological pressure. The email uses high-pressure language, urgent, immediate action, no time to delay. 2. Domain spoofing. A close inspection reveals the email originates from @companyfinance.com, a lookalike domain, instead of the official @company.com. 3. Multi-channel verification. The attacker used a second channel, voice, to validate the first, email, drastically increasing the believability.
Action taken.
Answer: Recognizing the signs of business email compromise, BEC, the L1 analyst flags the transaction as suspicious and escalates to L2 for immediate verification. Scene 2, L2 investigation and verification.
L2 investigation steps.
1. Header analysis. Deep analysis of the email headers confirms the sender is external and the domain was registered only 24 hours ago. 2. VoIP analysis. The phone number used for the call was spoofed using VoIP masking to appear as the CEO's internal extension. 3. The reality check. The L2 analyst checks the CEO's official calendar. The CEO is currently physically present in a board meeting and could not have made the call. 4. Conclusion. This is a confirmed deepfake voice impersonation attempt.
Interviewer question: what would you check next?
Answer: even though this seems like pure social engineering, I need to ensure no internal systems helped facilitate it. I would check if any internal email accounts were compromised to leak the CEO's schedule or writing style. I would also investigate if the attacker referenced non-public data that only the CEO would know, which would indicate a deeper breach. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Attribution.
Advanced correlation.
1. Source identification. The L3 analyst identifies that the AI voice model was likely trained using audio from the CEO's recent public keynote speeches available on YouTube. 2. Pattern recognition. The analyst finds similar high-pressure emails sent to the HR director and procurement lead, indicating a coordinated, pattern-based campaign. 3. Attribution. Threat intelligence correlates these TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures, with a known APT group, similar to Scattered Spider, which targets Western financial institutions with AI-enhanced social engineering. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate containment.
1. Block communications. The malicious domain at companyfinance.com is blocked at the email gateway to prevent further communication. 2. Company-wide alert. An urgent notification is issued: do not approve financial requests based on calls or texts. Verification must occur through official encrypted chat channels. 3. Process hardening. The security team temporarily enforces a zero-voice trust policy, requiring two-person written approval for all transactions over a certain threshold. Scene 5, CISO Strategic Remediation.
Long-term policy changes.
1. Digital signatures only. Voice-based approvals are permanently removed from policy. Only digitally signed financial approvals are accepted. 2. Dual authorization. Implementation of a zero-trust principle requiring dual authorization for all external transfers. 3. AI awareness training. Mandatory executive-level training on AI voice threats to ensure leadership understands how their public audio data can be weaponized. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the deepfake voice was perfect and the email came from a legitimate, but compromised, internal account, how would you detect it?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. At that point, human senses are not enough. We must rely on transaction risk scoring and behavioral analytics. We would look for anomalies in the transaction itself, such as an unusual time, a new beneficiary bank account, or a deviation from the user's typical authorization patterns. We would also rely on cryptographic identity verification, requiring AFIDO2 key approval for high-value actions, which a voice, no matter how real, cannot provide.
Conclusion: the breach of trust.
In this scenario, the attacker did not break into the network, they broke into trust. As a SOC analyst in 2026, you must understand that your job is not just watching firewalls, it is protecting the integrity of business processes against AI-enhanced deception.
Scenario 3. Autonomous AI attack agent, self-adapting malware.
In our final and most advanced scenario, we face a threat that does not just execute code, it thinks. This is an LLM-powered autonomous attack agent. Unlike traditional malware with a fixed set of instructions, this agent adapts in real time to bypass SIM patterns, learns from your SOC's defensive responses, and rewrites its own logic on the fly to survive. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the EDR raises a confusing alert, unauthorized PowerShell execution using obfuscated script. Unlike a standard malware hit, the SIM shows multiple short-lived processes spawning and dying rapidly. Crucially, no static IOCs, indicators of compromise, are generated because the file hash keeps changing.
L1 observations.
1. Polymorphism on steroids. The analyst observes that the script has modified itself 4 times within 3 seconds. 2. Anomalous execution. The process execution pattern matches no known legitimate software update or admin task. 3. Action. Recognizing this as highly suspicious adaptive behavior, the L1 analyst escalates immediately to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Analysis.
L2 investigation steps.
1. Log review. The L2 analyst reviews the PowerShell logs and finds no known pattern match. The script logic is being rewritten with every attempt, suggesting AI-based mutation. 2. Behavioral analysis. The malware is not just trying to run, it is actively trying to disable Windows Defender and initiate credential theft techniques. 3. Context check. The workstation was verified as idle during the alert time, ruling out human administrator activity. 4. Conclusion. This confirms non-human automated execution with adaptive capabilities. Escalated to Tier 3 Advanced Threat Hunter. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and AI Specialist.
Advanced analysis.
1. Sandbox testing. The L3 analyst runs the sample in a sandbox. Terrifyingly, the malware detects the sandbox environment and immediately changes its behavior to appear benign, sleeping. 2. Internal decision-making. There is no obvious command and control, C2, traffic. The agent is making decisions locally, implying an embedded LLM or logic engine. 3. Anti-forensics. The analyst finds attempts to modify system logs post-detection to cover its tracks. 4. Attribution. The activity maps to MITRE ATT&CK T1668, generated adversarial AI. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate containment and eradication.
1. Total isolation. The compromised machine is immediately isolated from the network via the EDR to prevent lateral movement. 2. Behavioral blocking. Blocking rules are deployed based on behavior, for example, PowerShell spawning unknown child processes, rather than file hashes, since the hashes keep changing. 3. Nuclear option. Due to the risk of rootkit injection and the malware's ability to rewrite logs, the machine is not cleaned, it is wiped and the OS is fully rebuilt. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Major Incident Declaration. The SOC Manager triggers a major incident level 1 due to the presence of AI adaptive malware. 2. Tooling upgrade. The CISO mandates the implementation of AI behavioral threat analysis tools, acknowledging that traditional SIM rules are insufficient. 3. Deception tech. The strategy shifts to introduce honeypots and system isolation triggers based on anomaly thresholds to trap autonomous agents before they can adapt. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the AI agent learns from SOC actions and avoids future triggers, how would you detect and stop it?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would rely on deception technology. By deploying honeypots and fake credentials, we can observe the AI agent's behavior in a controlled environment without it knowing. Additionally, I would move to recursive anomaly detection, looking for the absence of normal behavior rather than just the presence of known bad behavior, and enforce threat-aware modeling, TAM, to retrain our own defense models to recognize these new patterns.
Conclusion: the war of algorithms.
In this scenario, we saw the future of cyber warfare. It is not hacker versus admin, it is algorithm versus algorithm. To succeed in a 2026 interview, you must show you understand that when the malware can think, your defense must be smarter, faster, and more behavioral than ever before.
Scenario 4, AI content poisoning, data training manipulation.
In this scenario, the attacker does not hack the network, they hack the learning process. By injecting malicious data into the datasets used to train your security AI, they teach the model to ignore real threats. This creates a permanent blind spot in your defense. Here is how a modern SOC detects and handles a model poisoning attack. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the alert here is actually the absence of an alert. The AI-based email security gateway is marking multiple emails as safe. However, end users are reporting these same emails as malicious phishing via the Report Phishing button. The SIM dashboard shows a disturbing trend, user-reported incidents are spiking, while AI-generated alerts are dropping to zero.
L1 analysis.
1. Verification. The analyst manually checks the reported emails and confirms they are indeed malicious, containing credential harvesting links. 2. Anomaly detection. The analyst compares the security classification, safe, versus the reality, malicious. 3. Action. Recognizing a critical failure in the automated detection logic, the L1 flags the anomaly and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and model drift analysis.
L2 investigation steps.
1. Model performance review. The L2 analyst checks the historical accuracy of the AI model. They find that detection accuracy has significantly dropped over the last 10 days. 2. Log validation. They verify that no administrative whitelisting rules were changed that would explain the bypass. 3. Training feed analysis. They look at the recent data ingested by the model for retraining. They notice a pattern of external emails that look technically similar to the phishing emails but were labeled as safe in the training set. 4. Conclusion. This is not a simple bug. This is model tampering. Escalated to Tier 3 AI Threat Analyst. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and AI Security Analysis.
Advanced analysis.
1. Campaign identification. The L3 analyst identifies a specific campaign where the attacker sent thousands of subtle emails that looked like phishing but were benign, designed specifically to retrain the model to lower its suspicion threshold. 2. Adversarial mapping. This confirms the attacker was predictively feeding examples to train the AI towards false negatives. 3. MITRE mapping. The activity maps to MITRE attack T1653, ML model poisoning, and T1565, data manipulation. Scene 4, Incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Halt training. Immediately stop the automated daily retraining cycle to prevent further corruption. 2. Model rollback. Revert the production AI model to the last known, clean, version, from 10 days ago. 3. Data sanitization. Purge the poisoned dataset from the training pipeline. 4. Human validation. Implement a temporary, human-in-the-loop validation layer where new training data must be approved by an analyst before being ingested. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Zero Trust AI training. Implement a policy where no external data enters the training set without sanitization. 2. Data provenance. Introduce strict validation to track exactly where every piece of training data originated. 3. Adversarial hardening. Begin conducting red team attacks against the AI datasets to test resilience and harden the model against future manipulation. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the AI-based defense tool was already in production and the poisoning went undetected for weeks, what additional checks would you implement?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Would introduce shadow modeling, running a second, trusted model in parallel to compare results against the production model. I would also enforce data integrity checks using hashing to ensure training files have not been altered, and I would integrate adversarial simulation into our standard CI/CD pipeline for the AI models.
Conclusion. Protecting the brain of the SOC.
In this scenario, the attacker did not break the door down, they tricked the guard into opening it. As AI becomes central to cybersecurity, protecting the integrity of the data that trains these systems is just as important as protecting the systems themselves.
Scenario 5, AI-based CAPTCHA and MFA bypass.
In this scenario, we face an attacker using AI to break the barriers specifically designed to stop bots, CAPTCHA and MFA. By combining AI-based visual solving with automated scripts, attackers can now bypass these checks in milliseconds, leading to unauthorized access without ever guessing a password or deploying malware. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM flags an anomaly in the authentication logs, multiple authentication attempts in rapid succession, occurring 1 to 2 seconds apart. Crucially, every single attempt successfully passes the CAPTCHA challenge instantly, followed by repeated MFA push notifications sent to the same user.
L1 analysis and verification.
1. User verification. The analyst contacts the user via phone. The user confirms, I kept getting notifications on my phone, so I finally approved one just to make them stop. 2. Pattern recognition. This confirms a successful MFA fatigue attack facilitated by an automated CAPTCHA bypass. 3. Action. Flags as suspicious MFA behavior and escalates to Tier 2 for immediate investigation. Scene 2, L2 investigation and analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Infrastructure. The login IPs are rapidly changing, originating from rotating proxies typical of a botnet. 2. Speed analysis. The CAPTCHA response time is consistently under 1 second. A human takes 5 to 10 seconds. This confirms an automated solver. 3. Geolocation. Historical login analysis shows the user has never logged in from these locations before. 4. Conclusion. The attacker used AI to solve the CAPTCHA, allowing the script to spam MFA requests until the user mistakenly approved one. Escalating to L3 due to advanced automation. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Advanced Analysis.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Tool identification. The CAPTCHA solving pattern matches known OCR-based AI solvers, optical character recognition, powered by LLMs. 2. Latency check. There is zero human latency, mouse movement or hesitation, recorded in the web logs. 3. Campaign scope. The analyst detects similar repeated login attempts targeting multiple other employees, indicating a broad, campaign-level attack. 4. Attribution. Declared as an AI-driven authentication attack utilizing identity exploitation rather than malware. Scene 4. Incident response actions.
Immediate containment.
1. Session kill. Force logout from all active sessions for the affected user. 2. Blocking. Block the attacker's IP range and invalidate the compromised session token. 3. Credential reset. Reset the account credentials and enroll the user in strong device-bound MFA. 4. Policy update. Immediately switch the global MFA policy from simple push to number matching, where the user must type a code displayed on the screen, which neutralizes push bombing attacks. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Long-term defense strategy.
1. Phishing-resistant MFA. The CISO moves to eliminate push-based approvals entirely in favor of FIDO2/WebAuthn. 2. Advanced CAPTCHA. Deploy CAPTCHA v4 or behavior-based challenges that track mouse movements and timing to distinguish humans from AI solvers. 3. Risk-based scoring. Implement velocity rules to automatically block logins that occur too fast or from impossible locations, regardless of correct credentials. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the attacker uses browser automation through residential proxies to mimic human behavior, how would you detect it?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would rely on risk-based authentication signals. Specifically, I would look at mouse movement pattern analysis. Bots move in straight lines, humans have jitter, login biometrics, and UEBA, user and entity behavior analytics. Static CAPTCHA is no longer enough, we need behavioral analysis to detect the intent, not just the credential.
Conclusion: beyond static defense.
In 2026, if your defense relies on a user clicking a picture of a traffic light or hitting approve on their phone, you are vulnerable. SOC analysts must understand how AI automates these bypasses and how behavioral analytics is the only true defense.
Scenario 6: Real-time AI log evasion.
In our final AI scenario, we encounter the ultimate nightmare for a SOC analyst, the disappearing act. This is adaptive malware that uses local AI to detect when you are watching it. It deletes or rewrites logs in real time, just milliseconds before your SIM can ingest them, leaving you with zero forensic evidence. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger: what the L1 sees.
Answer: the SIM is behaving strangely. It is receiving partial log entries, headers without bodies, for specific event IDs. Simultaneously, endpoint monitoring detects a Windows service repeatedly crashing and restarting without generating a crash dump, along with unusually short-lived processes, sub-1 second lifetimes.
L1 action.
1. Manual retrieval attempt. The analyst attempts to remotely pull local logs from the endpoint, but receives a blacklisted process access failure error. 2. Conclusion. Something is actively blocking defensive tools and tampering with visibility. 3. Action. Suspicious log tampering suspected. Escalates immediately to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Forensics.
L2 investigation steps.
1. Log comparison. The analyst compares SIM logs against what remains on the host. Crucial entries present in the SIM stream are missing entirely from the host disk. 2. PowerShell history. A check of the PowerShell command history shows it is empty, it has been manually cleared. 3. Tamper check. The analyst finds that the OS tamper protection settings have been overridden by a system-level process. 4. Conclusion. Logs are being actively manipulated to hide an intrusion. Escalating to Tier 3 for forensics. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Malware Analysis.
The advanced discovery, adaptive logic.
Answer. The L3 analyst identifies that the malware is using a local ML model to detect when defender tools are collecting data. It executes conditional logic to evade detection.
Malware logic observed.
1. Conditional execution. If, post-event log, then, clear underscore or underscore mask. 2. Mutation. If, detection underscore rule underscore trigger, then, mutate process and retry. 3. MITRE mapping. Confirms alignment with T1070, indicator removal, and T1497, virtualization or sandbox evasion. 4. Classification. Self-adjusting AI malware with log evasion capabilities. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate containment.
1. Isolation. Immediate network isolation of the affected host. 2. Live forensics. Instead of shutting down, the team collects a volatile memory image using live forensic tools to capture the malware in RAM before it can wipe the disk. 3. Execution block. Disable adaptive execution privileges, blocking process injection. 4. Recovery. Perform offline log recovery from backups and force a full OS reset. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Major incident, escalated to tier critical due to anti-forensic capabilities. 2. Immutable logging. The CISO mandates the implementation of write-once-read-many, WORM, storage for logs to prevent real-time alteration. 3. Kernel-level visibility. Deployment of kernel-level sensors to detect runtime tampering before userland logs are even generated. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the malware clears logs faster than the SIM can ingest them, how do you retain forensic data?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would implement tamper-proof logging using external secure storage, like worm or blockchain-based logging, that the host cannot delete. Crucially, I would ensure logs are captured at the kernel level and run continuous memory monitoring to detect the abnormal process execution before the log clearance command can even be issued.
Category complete, AI-powered attacks.
You have now mastered the AI-powered and autonomous attacks domain. We have covered AI spear phishing, voice deepfakes, autonomous malware, content poisoning, CAPTCHA bypassing, and log evasion. These are the cutting-edge scenarios that will separate you from the competition in a 2026 SOC interview. Next, we will move into the world of identity and cloud warfare.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked, and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving. Interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 2, Identity and Authentication Attacks, the Post-Password Era.
In today's cybersecurity landscape, attackers are no longer trying to break passwords, because they've realized something far more powerful: users themselves can be exploited. As organizations move towards passwordless systems like passkeys, MFA, and SSO, attacker strategies have evolved. Instead of attacking firewalls, they attack identity, session tokens, and authentication blind spots.
Why these attacks are dangerous?
No malware required, they often use legitimate credentials or tokens. Bypass traditional defenses, most endpoint tools do not flag legitimate logins. Persistence: once successful, the attacker can persist via tokens even after a password change. Interview focus: in 2026 interviews, you will be tested on how you detect and respond to identity threats, not just infrastructure hacks.
Scenario 1, MFA Fatigue Attack, Advanced 2026 version.
We start with a technique used in the major Uber and Okta breaches, but evolved for 2026. This is MFA fatigue, push bombing, combined with AI automation. Attackers use scripts to flood a user with notifications until they click approve out of frustration. In 2026, they use AI timing to strike during high-stress hours and use residential proxies to avoid geo-blocking. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer: the SIM detects a distinct pattern, 14 failed MFA push notifications within 90 seconds, followed immediately by 1 successful MFA approval. The login originates from an unknown Azure-hosted VM, not a standard user device.
L1 action.
1. Immediate contact, the analyst calls the user. The user admits, I got so many notifications, I finally just approved one to make it stop. 2. Risk assessment, this confirms the user did not genuinely initiate the session. 3. Escalation, marks as high-risk identity compromise and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Observation.
L2 Investigation Findings.
1. IP analysis. The login came from a VM in a foreign region, clearly not the user's physical location. 2. Timestamp analysis. The successful approval happened just 3 seconds after the last rejection, indicating frustration/fatigue. 3. Credential check. The username and password used were correct, likely compromised earlier. 4. Session impact. Crucially, an OAuth token was successfully issued immediately after the login.
The critical realization.
Answer: the attacker now has a valid session token. Even if we reset the password right now, that token remains valid. Escalating to Tier 3 Identity Specialist. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Deep Analysis.
Advanced findings.
1. AI logic. The attack used automated retry logic timed for busy meeting hours, behavior-based timing. 2. Persistence. The attacker is maintaining access via the OAuth token without re-authenticating. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1651, push notification attack, and T1528, OAuth token abuse. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate containment.
1. Revoke tokens, force logout and revoke all active OAuth session tokens. This is the most critical step. 2. Account freeze, temporarily disable the user account. 3. Credential reset, reset password and enforce re-enrollment in hardware-based authentication, FIDO2, if available. 4. Conditional access, update policy to block the specific VM subnet used in the attack. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Policy shift, move from simple push MFA to number matching, user must type a code, or phishing-resistant MFA, YubiKeys or passkeys. 2. Rate limiting, implement an MFA allow only once rule to stop rapid-fire requests. 3. Awareness, launch a targeted campaign, never approve an MFA request you did not trigger. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer: interviewer asks, if the attacker already has an active OAuth session, would resetting the password stop them?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer: no. They could continue accessing the system until that specific token expires. Instead, we must revoke all active refresh tokens, force re-authentication using a trusted device, and validate whether conditional access rules are in place to block session continuation from untrusted IPs.
Scenario 1 Summary.
In this scenario, we saw how fatigue defeats security. The key takeaway for 2026 is that password resets are no longer the ultimate fix. You must understand token revocation and session management to truly evict an attacker.
Scenario 2, Passkey/biometric bypass attack.
In a passwordless world, the device becomes the key. But what if the device itself is compromised? In this 2026 scenario, attackers bypass hardware-level authentication not by stealing a password, but by exploiting device trust and biometric replay attacks. This is commonly known as a juice jacking or biometric relay attack. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer: the SIM logs show a successful login using passkey or biometric authentication. On the surface, this looks legitimate because the cryptographic signature is valid. However, the user claims they were not active at that time. Crucially, the login originated from the user's registered device ID, but from a completely new browser session.
L1 action.
1. User verification. The analyst contacts the user via a secondary channel. 2. Confirmation. The user confirms, I did not log in. My phone was plugged into a charging station at the airport. 3. Escalation. flags as identity compromise despite valid authentication credentials. Escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and correlation.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Device check. The device ID matches the registered corporate laptop or phone, indicating the physical device or a clone was involved. 2. Browser fingerprint. A new, unrecognized browser session was created. 3. Timeline correlation. The access occurred exactly when the user reported charging their device at a public station. 4. Network forensics. Passive analysis reveals the device had USB debug mode enabled during the connection.
The working theory.
Answer. Suspected device trust compromise or biometric session replay. The public charging station likely acted as a malicious interface to extract session artifacts. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Identity Forensics.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Attack vector. The attacker used a USB implant to extract a biometric session token or PRT, primary refresh token, during the charging session. 2. Bypass mechanism. Because the device ID was cloned or the token was replayed, the system marked the session as trusted and bypassed further MFA challenges. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1531, account manipulation, and T1556, modify authentication process. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Revoke trust. Immediately remove the affected device from the organization's trusted device list in Intune/Okta. 2. Kill sessions. Block the active biometric session signatures. 3. Re-registration. Force a full re-registration of all authentication methods, passkeys or Face ID, for that user. 4. Forensics. Seize the device for forensic review to check for persistent malware implants deployed via the USB port. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Liveness detection. Mandate AI-based liveness detection for all biometric checks to prevent static replays or deepfakes. 2. No static trust. Disable policies that rely solely on device trust, without a secondary dynamic challenge. 3. Hardware defense. Launch a user training module on public charging safety and distribute USB data blockers, USB condoms, to traveling executives. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the user authenticated via biometric but claims they did not, and the session is marked trusted, how would you validate legitimacy?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would look beyond the success logs and correlate behavioral analytics. I would check keystroke dynamics, typing speed or rhythm, and mouse movement. If the biometric passed but the user interaction behavior is anomalous or machine-like, it is a replay attack. I would also check for concurrent login velocity. Is the user logging in from 2 impossible locations at once?
Scenario 2 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that passwordless does not mean unhackable. As a SOC analyst in 2026, you must understand that physical device security and digital identity are now the same battlefield.
Scenario 3, OAuth token hijacking, the zombie session.
In this scenario, we face a nightmare situation for any help desk or SOC. The user resets their password, but the attacker is still logged in. This is OAuth token hijacking. By stealing a long-lived, refresh token, the attacker maintains persistent access that survives password changes and bypasses MFA. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, a user recently reset their password due to a suspected phishing attempt. However, the SIM alerts that 2 hours later, the same account accessed a critical resource without a login prompt. The identity provider logs show authentication bypassed using valid session token, and the access originated from a non-corporate device.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst calls the user. The user confirms, I reset my password and have not logged in since. 2. Assessment. this indicates a session persistence attack. 3. Escalation, flags the incident and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and token analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Log review, device logs show no local login activity on the corporate machine. 2. Auth history, the authentication history shows an OAuth refresh token being used to generate new access tokens. 3. Credential check, there have been 0 credential-based login attempts since the password reset. 4. IP analysis, the valid token usage is coming from a cloud VM, not the user's home or office IP.
The conclusion.
Answer, the token was stolen before the password reset. Because the token is still valid, the password change is irrelevant. Escalating to Tier 3 Identity Specialist. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Source Tracing.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Source identification, endpoint logs suggest the token was likely extracted from browser memory or local storage, possibly via a malicious browser extension or infostealer malware. 2. Timeline, cloud logs confirm the token was issued prior to the reset event. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1528, abuse of OAuth, and T1550.001, use of stolen session token. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Revocation, manually revoke all active OAuth tokens and sessions for the user in the identity provider, Azure AD or Okta. 2. Reauthentication, force reauthentication via MFA and a trusted device. 3. Forensics, initiate a forensic scan of the user's endpoint to find the infostealer, malware or malicious extension that harvested the token. 4. Conditional access, implement a policy to block sign-ins from the attacker's VM subnet. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Token binding, the CISO pushes for token binding or certificate-based authentication, which ties the session token to the specific hardware device. If the token is stolen, it cannot be used on a different machine. 2. Short-lived tokens, enforce shorter lifespans for refresh tokens for high-privilege roles. 3. User education, update training to teach users, changing your password does not always log you out everywhere. You must revoke sessions. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer, interviewer asks, if the attacker used an OAuth refresh token to maintain access even after multiple password resets, how would you terminate the session?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer, would bypass the password reset entirely. I would go to the identity provider console and revoke all OAuth tokens. I would then validate session termination using active session verification. Crucially, I would shift the user to token-bound authentication, ensuring that even if a token is stolen in the future, it is useless without the physical device.
Scenario 3 Summary.
In this scenario, we learned that in a cloud-first world, identity persistence is a bigger threat than credential theft. A password reset is a lock change, token revocation is an eviction.
Scenario 4 SSO compromise via IDP manipulation.
In this scenario, we face the keys to the kingdom attack. Organizations rely on single sign-on, SSO, like Azure AD or Okta. If an attacker gains admin access here, they do not need to steal passwords, they can simply change the rules to silently approve their own logins, bypassing MFA, firewalls, and endpoint security entirely. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the monitoring dashboard lights up with a critical configuration change. Identity platform logs show an update to the authentication policy occurred outside the maintenance window. Specifically, the MFA enforcement policy was temporarily disabled, followed immediately by a successful login for a high-privilege account without any challenge.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst immediately contacts the IAM, Identity and Access Management, admin on call. 2. Confirmation, the IAM admin confirms, I did not make that change. That policy is supposed to be locked. 3. Escalation, the analyst flags the event as critical identity tampering and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and API trace.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Change history, the MFA bypass rule was manually inserted into the policy. 2. Actor identity, the account that made the change was systemconfig, a non-human service account. 3. Source, the change originated from a cloud VM using an API key, not a user logging into the admin console. 4. Impact, the change granted lateral access to VP-level applications.
The working theory.
Answer, the IDP configuration was tampered with via automation using a stolen admin API key. Escalating to Tier 3 advanced threat analysis. Scene 3, L3 threat hunter and IAM forensics.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Token analysis. The API token used belonged to an inactive admin account that had not been rotated in months. 2. The backdoor. The L3 analyst discovers a hidden SSO bypass rule. The attacker created a rule that says, if user agent equals X, skip MFA. 3. Stealth. Crucially, this rule was created via API and was not visible in the standard UI dashboard. 4. MITRE mapping, maps to T1531, modify authentication mechanism, and T1556, modify ID access tokens. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Revert, immediately revert the IDP settings to the known good baseline. 2. Revoke, revoke API tokens for all inactive and admin service accounts immediately. 3. Force auth, trigger forced reauthentication for all privileged roles to kill active sessions. 4. Audit, launch a full IAM security audit to inspect every SSO rule for similar backdoors. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Multi-admin approval, implement a policy where any change to global auth policies requires approval from 2 separate admins. 2. Break glass control, secure emergency accounts with break glass monitoring that alerts the entire security team if used. 3. Governance, enforce time-bound and approval-based API access. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer, interviewer asks, if an attacker modifies SSO configuration via a trusted admin API, how would you detect it when standard SIM logs might not capture the full context?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer, I would bypass the SIM and analyze audit trails directly from the IDP platform, Azure AD or Okta. I would verify SAML or OIDC policy integrity by comparing it against a gold standard baseline code. Furthermore, I would use identity governance tools, like SailPoint, to detect drift and enforce change monitoring.
Scenario 4 summary.
In this scenario, we learn that the identity provider, IDP, is the new perimeter. If the attacker owns the IDP, they own the company. SOC analysts must know how to audit the configuration of security tools, not just the alerts they generate.
Scenario 5, SIM swapping, mobile identity takeover.
In this scenario, we encounter an attack where the vulnerability is not in your software, but in your pocket. This is SIM swapping. By convincing a telecom provider to transfer your phone number to their SIM card, attackers can intercept your SMS OTPs and take over your digital life without ever touching your computer. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM detects a password reset followed by a login from a new device in a different geolocation. Simultaneously, the user calls the IT help desk with a specific complaint, I lost my mobile signal suddenly, and now I'm getting account recovery emails on my laptop.
L1 action.
1. Correlation, the analyst connects the lost signal report with the password reset alert. 2. Hypothesis, the loss of signal indicates the victim's SIM was deactivated because a new one was activated elsewhere. 3. Escalation, flags as a SIM swap identity hijack and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and telecom verification.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Telecom inquiry. A check with the corporate mobile provider confirms a SIM reissue request was processed 40 minutes ago via a call center. 2. MFA logs. The MFA logs show OTPs were delivered successfully, but to the attacker's device. 3. Device ID. The login originated from a completely new phone model and OS footprint compared to the user's registered device. 4. Conclusion. The attack bypassed MFA via SIM duplication. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 threat hunter and attribution.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Actor profile. The attempt originated from a threat actor using a VoIP service and likely false KYC data to trick the telecom provider. 2. Attack pattern. The pattern matches a specific fraud group targeting financial sector employees to intercept banking 2FA codes. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1650, SIM swapping, T1598, phishing for information, and T1078, use of valid accounts. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Lockdown, immediately block logins for the affected account. 2. MFA switch, disable SMS-based MFA or OTP for the user immediately. Switch to Authenticator app or biometric verification which is not tied to the SIM card. 3. Telecom action, contact the telecom provider to report fraud and revoke the fraudulent SIM. 4. Reset, reset all credentials, but only allows setup from a known, trusted device. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Policy change. The SOC Manager updates the policy to disallow SMS verification for MFA globally. 2. Alerting. Implement SIM change alerts directly from the carrier, if supported, to the SOC. 3. High privilege. Force all executives and admins to switch from SMS to FIDO2 hardware keys. 4. Training. Launch an executive training session on SIM swap fraud protection, for example, setting pins on carrier accounts. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if SMS MFA was successfully bypassed via SIM swap, how would you have detected it earlier?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Would implement telecom event monitoring. Many identity providers, like Azure AD, can integrate with carriers to receive a SIM-changed signal. If that signal is received, I would enforce a policy that blocks authentication or requires a secondary non-SMS verification method until the change is manually verified.
Scenario 5 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that relying on phone numbers for security is a critical flaw. As a SOC analyst in 2026, you must advocate for moving away from SMS MFA entirely.
Scenario 6, Session Cloning Attack, Zero Trust Bypass.
In our final identity scenario, we break the Zero Trust model. In modern apps, once you log in, you get a JWT, JSON Web Token. If an attacker steals this token, they become you. They do not need your password, your MFA, or your device. They simply replay the token to the API, and the server lets them in. This is session cloning. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM flags a logical impossibility. The same user is logged in from two different locations simultaneously. One session is active in the user's home office, while another session just initiated from a different time zone. Crucially, the alert type is token-based authentication success without standard sign-in.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst contacts the user, who confirms they are working normally and did not initiate a second session. 2. Assessment. This is not a credential theft, no login prompt occurred. It is a session token theft. 3. Escalation, flags as possible session cloning and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 investigation and token analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Source, the second session is utilizing an API-based sign-in mechanism. 2. Fingerprint, the device fingerprint is new, yet there was no MFA prompt recorded. 3. Flow analysis, the user authenticated via SSO 2 hours ago. The new session is using a token generated from that initial login, but from a different IP. 4. Conclusion, the token was stolen from the legitimate session and is being replayed elsewhere. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 threat hunter and source extraction.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Attack vector. The L3 analyst identifies that the token was likely harvested via a malicious browser extension or an info stealer on the endpoint. 2. Method. The attacker is replaying the token in API headers using authorization, bearer token. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1550.003, use of stolen web session cookie, and T1030, API-based lateral movement. 4. Impact, zero trust architecture was bypassed because the token itself was trusted. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Revocation. Trigger a global sign-out to revoke all active session tokens or JWTs for the user. 2. API invalidation. Invalidate all active API sessions associated with the user's ID. 3. Endpoint scan. Scan the user's workstation for the malware or browser extension responsible for the harvesting. 4. Session binding. Enable, if available, session binding to link the token to the specific device IP. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Token binding. The CISO prioritizes implementing token binding protocols so that a token stolen from device A cannot be used on device B. 2. Short lifespan. Reduce the validity duration of access tokens to limit the window of opportunity for replay attacks. 3. Continuous auth. Move from session validation to continuous authentication, checking risk signals, geo, device health, on every request, not just login. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the attacker still holds a valid session token even after a password reset, how would you terminate access?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Password resets do not invalidate JWTs in many stateless architectures. I would revoke the session tokens directly via the identity provider API. I would then enforce a fresh authentication via a trusted device with MFA, and look to implement token binding so that future tokens are cryptographically tied to the hardware and cannot be replayed from a different context.
Category complete, identity attacks.
You have now mastered the identity and authentication domain. We have covered MFA fatigue, biometric bypass, OAuth hijacking, SSO manipulation, SIM swapping, and session cloning. These scenarios prove that in 2026, identity is the new perimeter. Next, we ascend into the infrastructure itself, cloud and DevSecOps attack vectors.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts. saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving. Interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 3, Cloud and DevSecOps Attack Vectors.
As organizations migrate to hybrid and multi-cloud environments, attackers are shifting focus from traditional network security to DevOps pipelines and identity-driven infrastructure. In modern breaches, attackers do not exploit firewalls, they steal API keys, leverage misconfigured service accounts, and exploit supply chains. These attacks rely on legitimate cloud features, often bypassing traditional SIEM alerts.
Scenario 1, Compromised API keys and CI/CD pipeline.
We begin with one of the most common and devastating cloud attacks. An attacker steals privileged cloud API keys that were accidentally pushed into a source code repository. Within minutes, automated bots scrape the keys, spin up resources, and attempt a full cloud takeover, all without malware or exploits. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer: the SIEM detects an abnormal spike in cloud compute usage and unusual resource creation in a new cloud region, for example, creating 50 GPU instances in a region you do not use. Simultaneously, logs show API access occurring from an unknown IP address that falls outside the corporate CIDR block.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst checks with the DevOps team. They confirm, there is no scheduled deployment happening right now. 2. Assessment. This confirms unauthorized cloud access. 3. Escalation. Flags as suspicious cloud access and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Source Tracing.
L2 investigation findings.
1. IAM logs. The API key used to create the instances belongs to a specific DevOps pipeline service account. 2. Origin check. A review of recent Git commits reveals that the API keys were accidentally hard-coded and pushed into a public or internal repository. 3. Timeline. The commit happened less than 30 minutes before the unauthorized access began, confirming the bot scraping timeline.
The conclusion.
Answer: stolen API key via repository exposure. Escalating to Tier 3 Cloud Security Specialist. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Impact Analysis.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Lateral movement. The attacker did not just mine crypto. They attempted to enumerate IAM roles to find higher privileges. 2. Data risk. Logs show attempts to access production S3 storage buckets. 3. Persistence. The attacker created new, privileged service accounts to maintain access even if the original key is revoked. 4. MITRE mapping. Maps to T1552.001, unprotected credentials, and T1586, cloud credential abuse. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Revocation. Immediately revoke the exposed API keys and the associated service account. 2. Rotation. Rotate all secrets stored in that specific CI/CD pipeline, as they must be assumed compromised. 3. Containment. Terminate all malicious instances and isolate the affected VPC. 4. Policy. Enforce immediate IAM least privilege policies to limit what the service account could have done. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Secret management. Introduce mandatory key management using Vault or Cloud KMS so keys never exist in code. 2. Ephemeral access. Move towards just-in-time, JIT, access and short-lived credentials instead of static API keys. 3. Prevention. Implement pre-commit hooks and secret scanning tools in the repo to block commits containing high-entropy strings, keys. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the attacker only used the API key once and then deleted their resources to hide tracks, how would you detect and confirm the compromise?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would perform retrospective analysis using CloudTrail or centralized IAM logs. I would look for anomalies such as access from a non-standard region, compare usage patterns against historical baselines, and verify if any backdoors, like new IAM users, were left behind. I would also scan the Git commit history to physically locate the moment of exposure.
Scenario 1 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that the CI/CD pipeline is now a critical attack surface. A single bad commit can compromise an entire cloud environment. The fix is not just deleting the key, it is changing how secrets are managed entirely.
Scenario 2, cross-cloud lateral movement, AWS to Azure to GCP.
In this scenario, we face the domino effect. As organizations adopt multi-cloud strategies, a compromise in one environment, like AWS, can be used to pivot into others, Azure or GCP, via misconfigured identity federation or shared CI/CD pipelines. This is cross-cloud lateral movement. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM lights up with alarms across multiple dashboards. An Azure environment detects a new VM created from an external IP, simultaneously, AWS reports a privileged IAM role creation. Shortly after, GCP logs show massive outbound traffic from an unknown compute instance.
L1 action.
1. Correlation. The analyst flags the abnormal simultaneous activity across 3 distinct cloud providers. 2. Verification. Checks the change management DB. There are no active deployments scheduled that would span all 3 clouds. 3. Escalation. Recognizing the potential for a total infrastructure compromise, escalates immediately to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and the Breadcrumb Trail.
L2 investigation findings.
1. AWS. A service account API key was used from an unknown IP to initiate the chain. 2. Azure. The login came via a federated role linked specifically to that AWS account, using OIDC trust. 3. GCP. Access was granted via an automated pipeline token extracted during the Azure session. 4. Security gap. Crucially, no MFA prompts were triggered because the systems trusted the federated identity calls.
The conclusion.
Answer. The attacker is pivoting from AWS to Azure to GCP using valid, trusted credentials. Escalating to Tier 3 Cloud Security Specialist. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Federation Abuse.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Mechanism. The attacker abused OIDC-based federation. The Azure role had a misconfigured trust relationship that allowed the compromised AWS account to assume privileges without further checks. 2. Exploitation. Once inside Azure, they extracted secrets from Azure DevOps, which gave them the keys to the GCP kingdom. 3. MITRE mapping. Maps to T1078, valid accounts, T1538, cloud service discovery, and T1080, multi-hop access. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Sever ties, temporarily block all external federation access and trust relationships between cloud providers. 2. Revocation, revoke all cross-cloud IAM tokens, API keys, and service account secrets. 3. Isolation, isolate the affected VMs in all 3 clouds. 4. Rotation, rotate all CI/CD credentials immediately. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Zero Trust, enforce independent verification. Just because a user is trusted in AWS does not mean they should be blindly trusted in Azure. 2. JIT access, implement just-in-time, JIT, privilege escalation. Admin rights are granted for a specific task and revoked immediately after. 3. CSPM, adopt a cloud security posture management tool to visualize and monitor these trust links continuously. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if your AWS is compromised and the attacker gains access to Azure using federated roles, how would you prevent this in the future?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Would implement strict trust boundary validation. Accessing a second cloud should trigger a fresh MFA or device-bound authentication challenge, it should not inherit the session state. I would also prohibit long-term role bindings in favor of short-lived OIDC tokens and ensure CI/CD secrets are never shared across environments.
Scenario 2 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that the cloud is not just one place. It is a web of connections. Securing the individual clouds is not enough, you must secure the bridges between them.
Scenario 3, misconfigured service accounts, the silent escalation.
In this scenario, we tackle the most common reason for total cloud takeovers, IAM role chaining. This is identity escalation inside the cloud, not through user accounts, but through service accounts, the non-human identities that run your applications. If configured poorly, a lowly web server can promote itself to administrator. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer. The Cloud SIM triggers a high-severity alert, privilege escalation event without MFA, the service account, which usually only reads data, has just performed an admin-level action for the first time. Simultaneously, a new IAM role assignment is detected outside of any scheduled change window.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst checks the change management system. There is no approved ticket for this role modification. 2. Assessment. This is an unauthorized privilege change. 3. Escalation. Flags as potential IAM compromise and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Activity Trace.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Log analysis. IAM activity logs confirm the service account gained new privileges. 2. User mapping. There is no human login associated with this event, it is entirely automated execution. 3. Lateral movement. The account is now attempting to create additional service accounts, likely to establish persistence. 4. Conclusion. Unapproved IAM privilege escalation via automation. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Role Chaining.
Deep dive analysis.
1. The path. The attacker initially gained access via a low-privileged service account, perhaps via an application vulnerability. 2. The flaw. That service account had the permission IAM:passrole or IAM:update assume role policy. 3. The escalation. Using role chaining, the attacker modified the role to grant themselves administrator access. 4. MITRE mapping, maps to T1098, account manipulation, and T1484, domain or account group modification. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Rollback, immediately remove the unauthorized role assignments. 2. Disable the compromised service account and the application using it. 3. Review, perform a full IAM policy review to identify and revert any other changes. 4. Sweep, search for hidden backdoors, such as new access keys generated on other accounts. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Boundaries. The CISO implements service control policies, SCPs, to set hard boundaries on what roles can do, regardless of their local permissions. 2. Monitoring. Enable continuous identity risk monitoring to detect when a role becomes overprivileged compared to its usage. 3. Workflow. Enforce a strict approval workflow where any IAM role modification requires human MFA verification, even if initiated by automation. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if an attacker escalates privileges using a service account instead of human credentials, what makes detection difficult and how would you catch it?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Service accounts are difficult because they do not have human behaviors like sleep schedules or typos, and they typically bypass MFA. I would detect this by using policy deviation monitoring, alerting the moment a role does something it has not done in the last 30 days. I would also monitor for permission inheritance changes and correlate runtime usage patterns against the defined policy.
Scenario 3 Summary.
In this scenario, we learned that least privilege is not just a buzzword, it is the only thing stopping a web app compromise from becoming a cloud disaster.
Scenario 4 Container Breakout, Kubernetes Escape.
In this scenario, we explore the jailbreak of the cloud. Modern infrastructure runs on containers, which are supposed to be isolated. But if an attacker can escape the container, they gain root access to the underlying host node. From there, they can compromise the entire cluster and steal cloud secrets. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM triggers a critical alert, pod tried to mount system host directory. Simultaneously, endpoint logs inside a specific container show shell execution, /bin or sh, followed by an unexpected privilege escalation attempt.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst recognizes that a standard application container should never need to access the host's file system. 2. Assessment. This indicates a host escape attempt. 3. Escalation. Flags the event and escalates immediately to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Configuration Check.
L2 Investigation Findings.
1. Configuration. The compromised container was running as a privileged container, a critical misconfiguration. 2. Behavior. Network logs show the container attempting to run scanning scripts, nmap, against other pods. 3. IAM mapping. The pod was assigned a production-level IAM role, meaning access to the host yields access to the cloud environment. 4. Source. A new container image was pushed from the DevOps repo just prior to the alert.
The conclusion.
Answer. The container is compromised, and the attacker is actively attempting host-level execution to pivot into the wider cloud. Escalating to Tier 3 Cloud Security. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Escape Mechanics.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Exploit. The attacker abused the privileged flag to bypass group isolation. 2. Goal. Once on the host, they immediately attempted to access the AWS or cloud metadata service to extract IAM credentials. 3. MITRE mapping. Maps to T1611, escape to host, T1609, container administration command, and T1552, credential harvesting. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Isolation. Immediately cordon and drain the affected Kubernetes node to stop the spread. 2. Termination. Terminate the compromised pods and block the deployment image hash. 3. Rotation. Rotate any IAM credentials associated with that node profile, as they must be assumed compromised. 4. Policy. Enforce a strict non-privileged container policy preventing root execution. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic Defense Updates.
1. Admission Controllers. Implement Caverno or OPA, Open Policy Agent, to automatically reject any pod deployment requesting privileged mode. 2. Scanning. Mandate CVE scanning in the CI/CD pipeline before any image can be pushed to the registry. 3. Sandboxing. switch to container runtime sandboxing tools like gvisor or Kata containers to provide a stronger kernel-level barrier. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if a compromised container is trying to connect to the Cloud Metadata API, 169.254.169.254, to obtain credentials, how would you detect and prevent this?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would use Kubernetes network policies to explicitly deny egress traffic from pods to the metadata service IP. I would also configure runtime threat detection tools like Falco or KubeArmor to alert immediately on any connection attempt to that IP. Finally, I would ensure we use IAM roles for service accounts, RSA, so pods do not need to rely on node-level metadata credentials at all.
Scenario 4 summary.
In this scenario, we learn that a container is not a sandbox. Without strict policy enforcement, OPA, and runtime security, Falco, a single privileged pod can lead to a full infrastructure breach.
Scenario 6, Shadow IT Cloud Usage Attack.
In our final cloud scenario, we deal with the invisible threat. Shadow IT occurs when employees use unauthorized cloud tools, like Dropbox, PDF converters, or unapproved AI plugins, to do their jobs. These tools bypass corporate security controls, leaving the SOC blind to data exfiltration until it is too late. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM is quiet, but a DLP, data loss prevention, alert triggers, excessive outbound data transfer to unknown domain. Simultaneously, a user reports sluggish network performance. The application involved is not recognized in the corporate cloud registry.
L1 action.
1. Verification. The analyst contacts the user. The user admits, I was using a temporary cloud node app to format some project files faster. 2. Assessment. The app is not on the approved list. 3. Escalation. Flags as potential shadow IT activity and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2. L2 Investigation and Traffic Analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. DNS analysis. The domain resolves to a generic, unregistered cloud storage provider. 2. Proxy logs. Logs confirm a large upload, 800 megabytes, occurred via a web session. 3. IAM logs. Data was extracted via the browser, bypassing standard corporate tools. 4. Conclusion. Unauthorized cloud application used for corporate data handling. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and OAuth Abuse.
Deep dive analysis.
1. The hook. The unauthorized app did not just store files, it requested OAuth access to the user's corporate email and storage. 2. The leak. Sensitive project files were automatically synced in the background to a third-party server. 3. AI integration. The app had a third-party integration with an external AI tool, meaning data was being sent outside company jurisdiction for processing. 4. MITRE mapping. Maps to T1048, exfiltration over HTTP, and T1539, OAuth abuse. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Block. Immediately block the domain at the web gateway/firewall. 2. Revoke. Terminate the OAuth access tokens granted to the application. 3. Uninstall. Force the uninstall of the unauthorized application across all endpoints. 4. Impact analysis. Conduct a data loss impact analysis to determine exactly what files were exfiltrated and notify legal/compliance. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. CASB. Deploy a CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker, to enforce visibility and control over SaaS usage. 2. Consent control. Restrict OAuth consent so that users cannot grant permissions to third-party apps without admin approval. 3. Application control. Implement strict endpoint policies that prevent the installation of unapproved software. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, how would you detect future shadow IT-related threats if no logs are generated in the SIM because the traffic looks like normal web browsing?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. I would integrate CASB feeds directly into the SIM for application-level visibility. I would also perform DNS and proxy pattern monitoring to spot traffic to uncategorized domains. Finally, I would use UEBA to flag abnormal data handling, such as a user uploading more data than their peer group average.
Category complete, Cloud and DevSecOps.
You have now mastered the Cloud and DevSecOps domain. We have covered API key leaks, cross-cloud pivoting, service account escalation, Kubernetes escapes, supply chain poisoning, and shadow IT. These scenarios prove that in the cloud, the perimeter is gone, and identity is the only firewall left. Next, we dive into the stealthy world of network and lateral movement attacks.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked, and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 4, Network and Lateral Movement, Stealth Level.
In modern cyber attacks, the biggest threat is not the initial breach, it's what happens after. Sophisticated attackers do not deploy ransomware immediately. They move silently, blending in with normal traffic, exploiting legitimate tools, and exfiltrating data slowly. In 2026, SOC interviews will test your ability to detect these invisible activities.
Scenario 1, DNS tunneling, the invisible leak.
We begin with one of the most covert channels, DNS. Every network needs DNS to function, so it is rarely blocked. Attackers exploit this by encoding sensitive data inside subdomain queries, for example, secretdata.attacker.com. To a standard firewall, this looks like normal web browsing. To a skilled SOC analyst, it looks like theft. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM detects a sudden increase in DNS request size, payload length, from a single endpoint. Specifically, it flags unusual long subdomain patterns going to an external, non-standard top-level domain, TLD, like .xyz.
L1 action.
1. Correlation. The analyst checks user activity and finds no active browser usage matching these requests. 2. Assessment. This is a suspicious DNS anomaly, potentially indicating tunneling. 3. Escalation. Escalates to Tier 2 for network analysis. Scene 2. L2 Investigation and Packet Analysis.
L2 Investigation findings.
1. PCAP Analysis. Packet capture reveals DNS queries with a base 64-like structure in the subdomains. 2. Traffic pattern. The data size trend shows a gradual, consistent upload, 200 KB/hour, low and slow to avoid volume alerts. 3. Destination. A reverse lookup confirms the domain is a newly registered external domain hosted on a cheap VPS. 4. Conclusion. DNS is being used for covert data exfiltration. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Script Analysis.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Mechanism. This is a malware-less attack. The attacker used a simple PowerShell script to read local files, encode them, and send them as DNS queries. 2. Control. The DNS server is controlled by the attacker, silently reassembling the data chunks. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1048, data exfiltration over alternative protocol, T1047, PowerShell execution, and T1071.004, DNS. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Block. Immediately block the malicious DNS domain and IP at the firewall. 2. Isolate. Isolate the compromised endpoint to stop the script. 3. Reconstruct. Use DNS logs to reconstruct the exfiltrated data to understand exactly what was stolen. 4. Trace. Search logs for the PowerShell script execution to identify the initial entry point. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Filtering. Deploy DNS filtering services, like Cisco Umbrella or Cloudflare Gateway, to block known bad domains and tunnel categories. 2. Behavioral. Implement AI or ML-based anomaly detection specifically for DNS traffic to catch low and slow signals. 3. DLP. Update data loss prevention strategies to monitor non-standard channels. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if DNS exfiltration is done slowly and blended into normal traffic, how would you detect it without pre-configured rules?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Would use behavior-based analysis focusing on entropy scoring. Encoded data looks more random, high entropy, than human-readable domains. I would also analyze query frequency and length compared to historical baselines for that specific endpoint.
Scenario 1 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that allowing DNS does not mean ignoring DNS. As a SOC analyst, you must look for the signals hidden inside the noise of legitimate traffic.
Scenario 2, living off the land, the fileless attack.
In this scenario, the call is coming from inside the house. Attackers have realized that importing malware triggers alarms. So, they stop using malware. Instead, they use native system tools like PowerShell, WMI, and CertUtil to carry out their attacks. To a traditional antivirus, this looks like normal administration. To a SOC analyst, it is a living off the land, LOTL, attack. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer. The SIM triggers an alert for PowerShell executing with base 64 encoded command. Crucially, no malware signature is detected by the EDR. However, there is a high volume of WMI, Windows Management Instrumentation, activity occurring across multiple endpoints during non-maintenance hours.
L1 action.
1. Analysis. The analyst recognizes that while PowerShell is a legitimate tool, the use of base 64 encoding and execution outside of business hours is highly suspicious. 2. Assessment. Identifies a potential fileless/LOTL attack. 3. Escalation. Raises suspicion of lateral movement and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Command Analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Log review. PowerShell logs reveal the specific flags used, NOP, no profile, and ENC, encoded command, typical triggers for hiding malicious scripts. 2. Context. The source account is a standard user, yet they possess local administrator rights on the target machines. 3. Movement. There is correlated SMB and RDP activity connecting to multiple servers, indicating the script is spreading. 4. Conclusion. The attack is moving laterally using system tools. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Memory Forensics.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Execution. There are no malware drops on the disk. The execution is memory only, loaded directly via PowerShell remoting. 2. Persistence. The attacker established persistence using scheduled tasks, STASks, and registry edits, not files. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1059, command shell, T1021, remote services, and T1098, account manipulation. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Containment, temporarily disable PowerShell and WMI on the compromised hosts to stop the spread. 2. Revocation, revoke local administrator rights for the impacted user accounts immediately. 3. Forensics, perform forensic memory capture, using tools like volatility or recall, since the evidence exists only in RAM, not on disk. 4. Hardening, implement AppLocker or constrained language mode to restrict what PowerShell can do. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Policy, enforce a policy that restricts PowerShell execution to signed scripts only. 2. Access, implement just-in-time, JIT, admin access so users do not have standing admin rights to abuse. 3. Zero Trust, transition to Zero Trust endpoint control, where native system utilities are not implicitly trusted. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, if the attacker uses PowerShell and WMI, legitimate system tools, how can you differentiate between normal admin behavior and malicious activity?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Would stop relying on signatures and switch to behavioral detection. I would monitor for specific suspicious flags like NOP, ENC or W hidden. I would analyze execution timing, is the admin working at 3 a.m., and user context, does HR need to run PowerShell? Finally, I would look for one-to-many execution patterns indicative of lateral movement.
Scenario 2 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that trusted tools are often the most dangerous weapons. As a SOC analyst, you must scrutinize valid system processes just as closely as you scrutinize foreign files.
Scenario 3, RMM hijacking, the SolarWinds style attack.
In this scenario, we face a threat where the attacker uses your own tools against you. Remote monitoring and management, RMM, tools like TeamViewer, Screen Connect, or SolarWinds are trusted by the network. Attackers hijack these tools to bypass firewalls and EDRs, blending in with legitimate admin traffic. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer. The SIM alerts on a usage anomaly, a rarely used RMM tool, Screen Connect, initiated a remote session outside of normal admin hours. Crucially, the user account involved is SVCadmin, a service account that should only run automated tasks, not interactive desktop sessions.
L1 action.
1. Context. The remote desktop session originated from a foreign IP, non-VPN. 2. Assessment. This is an abnormal remote tool activation. 3. Escalation. Flags as possible RMM takeover and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Behavior Analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Speed. The RMM session logs show connections to multiple servers in rapid succession, faster than a human admin would work. 2. Execution. Immediately after connecting, PowerShell.exe and CMD.exe were triggered. 3. Auth method. The authentication used was API token-based access, meaning it bypassed MFA. 4. Conclusion. Unauthorized remote access using a valid RMM tool. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Supply Chain Trace.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Mechanism. The attacker used a stolen RMM API key to schedule a malicious software deployment. 2. Lateral movement. A post-connect PowerShell script was pushed across multiple endpoints. This is fileless lateral movement, no binary was dropped. 3. MITRE mapping. Maps to T1021, remote services, T1133, external remote services, and T1195, supply chain compromise. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Kill switch. Immediately disable the affected RMM tool globally across the network. 2. Revocation. Revoke the compromised API or token keys for the RMM platform. 3. Block. Block remote access capabilities for all service accounts. 4. Scanning. Scan endpoints for the script-based changes, for example, new scheduled tasks or registry keys, pushed by the RMM. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Jump host. Enforce a dedicated, secure jump host policy. Remote sessions can only originate from a hardened, monitored bastion host, not the open internet. 2. Approval. Implement a mandatory admin approval workflow for any RMM session initiated outside maintenance windows. 3. Zero trust. Move to a zero trust model for remote tools, no implicit trust for the software just because it is installed. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer. Interviewer asks, how would you differentiate between a legitimate IT remote session and a malicious one using the same tool?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer. Context is key. I would correlate the session with change request logs to see if the work was approved. I would validate the time of access and device context. Any remote session using a service account, bypassing MFA, or executing scripts across multiple endpoints without a ticket is immediately malicious. Legitimate admins do not work like bots.
Scenario 3 summary.
In this scenario, we learned that legitimate does not mean safe. RMM tools are high-value targets. If you lose control of your management tools, you lose the network.
Scenario 4, encrypted C2 with AI adaptive behavior.
In this scenario, we face the chameleon. Traditional SOCs rely on detecting repetitive patterns, beacons that heartbeat every 60 seconds. But what if the C2 channel is alive? What if it uses AI to randomize its timing, rotate its domains, and switch protocols from HTTP to DNS to QUIC in real time to dodge your defenses? Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the NDR, Network Detection and Response, system flags a subtle anomaly, outbound TLS traffic pattern inconsistent with normal browsing behavior. The beacon intervals are completely randomized, jittered, to defeat standard frequency analysis, and the endpoint is sending small encrypted packets to multiple external hosts.
L1 action.
1. Correlation. The analyst checks the endpoint activity logs. The user was not active, mouse or keyboard idle, during these outgoing traffic bursts. 2. Assessment. This discrepancy suggests an automated process masquerading as user traffic. 3. Escalation. Flags as possible AI-based stealth C2 and escalates to Tier 2. Scene 2, L2 Investigation and Traffic Analysis.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Destination. The traffic connects to multiple CDN-like domains that rotate frequently, domain fluxing. 2. Session pattern. There is no browser record corresponding to these connections, the traffic originates from a CLI tool or background process. 3. Process. A PowerShell script is running in the background. 4. Packet size. The packet sizes vary in a way designed to mathematically resemble random web surfing traffic.
The conclusion.
Answer. This is a potential automated C2 channel designed to look like noise. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and Adaptive Behavior.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Adaptation. The L3 analyst observes the malware responding to detection attempts. When port 443 was inspected, the C2 moved to QUIC, then to DNS over HTTPS, and finally to AWS Edge nodes. 2. Intelligence. The malware contains an embedded unsanctioned AI model determining the best path out. 3. MITRE mapping, maps to T1071, application layer C2, T1568, dynamic resolution, and T1037, adaptive command and control. Scene 4, incident response actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Containment, temporarily block all external outbound connections from the affected endpoint. 2. Forensics, conduct memory forensics to locate the C2 script and the AI behavior engine running in RAM. 3. Filtering, enforce strict egress filtering, only allow communication to approved business endpoints. 4. Detection, apply DNS sinkholing and packet entropy scanning to identify high entropy, encrypted or random, data streams. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Zero Trust, introduce a zero trust network with strict outbound restrictions. No open internet access without validation. 2. AI versus AI, deploy neural defense models, AI tools specifically designed to detect the subtle patterns of AI-driven C2. 3. Inspection, implement TLS inspection, with privacy controls, to decrypt and inspect hidden traffic. Expert-level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer, interviewer asks, if the attacker uses TLS over common protocols to hide C2 traffic with AI-driven timing changes, what would you monitor to detect anomalies?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer, I would focus on traffic entropy scoring and session context deviation. Even if the timing is randomized, the content of C2 traffic, commands or data, looks mathematically different from normal HTML or JSON. I would use NDR-based alerting to compare the endpoint's user activity against the network sessions to find discrepancies.
Scenario 4 summary.
In this scenario, we learn that encryption is a double-edged sword. It protects data, but it also hides attacks. To catch AI-driven C2, you need to look at how the traffic behaves, not just what port it uses.
Scenario 5, stealth lateral movement, the fileless ghost.
In our final network scenario, we deal with script-only lateral movement. Modern attackers do not drop malware binaries that AV can catch. Instead, they live off the land using remote scripting protocols like PowerShell remoting, WMI, and SSH. They leverage legitimate credentials and memory-based execution, rendering traditional EED are nearly useless. Scene 1, Detection Phase, L1 Analyst.
The trigger, what the L1 sees.
Answer, the SIM flags a network anomaly, high SMB traffic without file transfer. Simultaneously, multiple internal hosts are being accessed via PowerShell remoting, invoke command. Crucially, the script is being executed from a non-privileged workstation that typically does not perform admin tasks, and there is no RDP or MFA activity associated with the connections.
L1 action.
1. Analysis. The analyst recognizes that while PowerShell is standard, the pattern of one workstation commanding many servers is suspicious. 2. Assessment. Flags as suspicious remote command execution. 3. Escalation. Escalates to Tier 2 for immediate containment. Scene 2. L2 Investigation and Execution Trace.
L2 investigation findings.
1. Source. The script was executed by a user who recently had their privileges escalated. 2. Method. the attacker is using PowerShell invoke command to push instructions to multiple hosts simultaneously. 3. Payload, there is no binary transfer. The payload exists only as a script and in memory. 4. Auth, the attacker is leveraging cached credentials or token impersonation to authenticate.
The conclusion.
Answer, this is lateral movement via remote script execution. No files to scan, just malicious instructions. Escalating to Tier 3. Scene 3, L3 Threat Hunter and pass the ticket.
Deep dive analysis.
1. Technique, the attacker is pivoting between servers using WinRM and SMB session reuse. 2. Evasion, they are using Kerberos ticket impersonation, pass the ticket, to move without generating standard authentication logs, event ID 4624 type 10. 3. Discovery, the script is executing discovery commands like getAdComputer and NetView to map the network. 4. MITRE mapping, maps to T1021.006, WinRM, T1059.001, PowerShell, and T1550.003, pass the ticket. Scene 4, Incident Response Actions.
Immediate remediation.
1. Block, temporarily disable PowerShell remoting and WinRM on the affected subnet. 2. Purge, revoke active Kerberos tickets by purging the ticket cache, CLIST purge. 3. Reset, reset the compromised user passwords and enforce 2FA immediately. 4. Forensics, deploy endpoint memory capture tools to analyze the RAM, as the evidence will vanish on reboot. Scene 5, SOC Manager and CISO Strategy.
Strategic defense updates.
1. Hardening, enforce PowerShell constrained language mode to limit sensitive operations. 2. Access, implement split-tier admin accounts, separate accounts for workstation versus server access, to break the lateral path. 3. JIT, require just-in-time, JIT, access for any remote administration tool usage. 4. Visibility, enable PowerShell transcript logging and AMSI, anti-malware scan interface, integration. Expert level follow-up.
The curveball question.
Answer, interviewer asks, if no malware is deployed and only built-in scripting is used during lateral movement, which logs would you rely on for detection?
The expert candidate answer.
Answer, I would rely on Windows event logs specifically capturing PowerShell operational events, event ID 4104 for script block logging, WinRM endpoint usage, and Kerberos ticket anomalies, event ID 4768/4769. I would correlate script execution timestamps with user activity to find impossible travel or off-hours anomalies.
Category complete, network and stealth lateral movement.
You have now mastered the network and lateral movement domain. We have covered DNS tunneling, living off the land, RMM hijacking, AI-driven C2, and fileless scripting. These scenarios prove that in 2026, looking for malware is outdated. You must look for behavior.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving. Interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer. System design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
The evolution of ransomware, 2026 SOC Analyst focus.
Ransomware is no longer just about encrypting files. In 2026, it has evolved into full-blown cyber extortion warfare. Attackers now combine encryption, data theft, service disruption, and even physical infrastructure targeting to maximize pressure and payout.
Major changes in 2026.
1. Double extortion. Encrypt the data and threaten to leak it. 2. Triple extortion. Add DDoS attacks to take systems offline until paid. 3. Zero-day plus AI polymorphic. Adapts behavior on each host to evade EDR. 4. Killware attacks. Intentionally cause physical damage, healthcare, grid, OT. 5. Targeting backups. Encrypts cloud repositories to prevent recovery. Modern ransomware groups operate like tech companies, using AI, 24/7 rented infrastructure, and cybercrime as a service platforms. You are expected to understand lateral expansion, extortion strategies, and cloud impact.
Scenario 1. Double extortion ransomware.
Attackers not only encrypt data but also exfiltrate it beforehand. Even if the company restores backups, they still demand ransom to avoid public data exposure.
Real-world 2026 context.
1. Breach. Attackers enter via VPN credentials or phishing. 2. Stealth. Use living off the land, LOTL, tools before encryption. 3. Exfiltration. Data sent to attacker cloud drives, Mega, Dropbox. 4. The demand. Payment required for decryption and to prevent data leaks.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alert 1. Sudden spike of outbound data to unusual external cloud domains. 2. Alert 2. Multiple files archived using PowerShell, Compress Archive. 3. Alert 3. Mass file renaming with .encrypted extension, 20 minutes later. 4. Action. Flag as ransomware with data exfil. Immediate escalation to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation results.
1. Encryption rate, 120,000 files in 6 minutes. 2. Shadow copies, deleted using VSS admin command. 3. Ransom note, found in root directories, text and HTML. 4. Data exfil, logs show 4.8 GB sent to cloud storage before encryption. 5. Conclusion, double extortion verified. Escalate to ransomware team.
Tier 3 deep investigation.
1. Execution, malware executed through PSExec and domain admin credentials. 2. Exfiltration, done via Arclone using API keys. 3. C2 traffic, HTTPS communication masked as OneDrive sync. 4. MITRE mapping, T1486, data encryption, T1048.002, exfil over HTTPS, T1562, defense evasion.
Incident response actions.
1. Isolate, network immediately, block SMB and RDP. 2. Contain, disable domain controller replication. 3. Recover, initiate DR runbook with offline backup. 4. Block, outbound API traffic, Arclone, storage apps. 5. Legal, engage law enforcement regarding data breach.
SOC Manager and CISO strategy.
Trigger severity 1 incident. Begin executive communication and require forensic evidence. Move backups to immutable storage and deploy data exfiltration monitoring to catch pre-encryption theft in the future.
Follow-up interview question by interviewer: if attackers have already exfiltrated data before encryption, should you pay ransom even if you can restore backups?
Answer: no. Recovery alone isn't enough, but payment does not guarantee deletion. I'd evaluate legal impact, data sensitivity, and notify regulators. We must rotate credentials, verify integrity, and prepare a breach disclosure.
Summary checklist.
1. L1 detects exfil plus encryption to escalates. 2. L2 confirms ransomware indicators and data theft. 3. L3 maps to cloud exfil plus encryption behavior. 4. IR isolate, stop replication, activate DR and legal response. 5. SOC Manager, Severity 1, start breach impact procedure. 6. CISO, enforce immutable backups and DLP monitoring.
Scenario 2, triple extortion ransomware.
Attackers use encryption plus data theft plus DDoS attacks to force payment, creating simultaneous pressure from technical, business, and reputation perspectives.
Why triple extortion is a must-know.
1. Encrypt systems, operations halted immediately. 2. Threaten data leak, creates a legal and reputation crisis. 3. Launch DDoS attack, causes public disruption and customer impact. Used by groups like Lockbit and Black Hat, this tactic applies pressure on IT teams, business executives, and public relations departments simultaneously.
Tier 1 detection, L1 Analyst.
1. Alerts, ransom note found on servers, critical services, ERP, CRM, encrypted. 2. Escalation, website taken down due to DDoS attack 20 minutes later. 3. Intel, dark web leak site announces, company data exposure countdown. 4. Action, mark as simultaneous ransomware and external attack. Immediate escalation.
Tier 2 investigation, responder.
1. Encryption, rapid rate, similar to standard ransomware signatures. 2. Exfiltration, 7.5 GB of HR and customer PII confirmed stolen. 3. DDoS impact, external service unreachable due to UDP flood. 4. Conclusion, triple extortion attack confirmed. Escalate to cyber crisis response.
Tier 3 deep investigation.
1. The threat, cryptocurrency demanded with a 72-hour deadline before data release. 2. The method, DDoS continues using botnet as a service. 3. Lateral movement, endpoints show signs of remote lateral scripting usage. 4. MITRE mapping, T1486, encryption, T1565.002, data manipulation, T1499, DDoS.
Incident response actions.
1. Isolate, quarantine all compromised endpoints and network segments. 2. Activate, trigger business continuity and disaster recovery, BCP. 3. Mitigate DDoS, work with ISP or scrubbing center to filter traffic. 4. Block, disable all outbound connectivity to attacker servers. 5. Recover, enable disaster recovery via a clean backup environment.
SOC Manager and CISO strategy.
SOC Manager, declares Cyber Crisis Level 1. Activate War Room, CEO, Legal, PR. Maintain forensic chain of evidence. CISO, adopt cloud-based DDoS mitigation, AWS Shield. Mandate offline backups. Apply cyber liability insurance.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If a DDoS attack is running while systems are encrypted, what should be prioritized in the IR response?
Answer: contain the ransomware first. This prevents further internal damage. The DDoS can be mitigated externally through network providers while internal recovery takes place. Ransomware containment is the top priority as it impacts internal operations directly.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects encryption plus DDoS plus leak threat to escalates. 2. L2, identifies coordinated attack stages and data theft. 3. L3, maps to ransomware warfare tactics and MITRE. 4. IR, contain infection, enable DR, mitigate DDoS. 5. SOC Manager, declare crisis level incident and activate war room. 6. CISO, implement crisis playbook, cyber insurance, and zero trust.
Scenario 3, AI polymorphic zero-day ransomware.
Ransomware dynamically modifies its code and execution style using AI, making every infected machine uniquely impacted, bypassing signatures and behavioral detection.
Why traditional detection fails, 2026 context.
1. AI logic, uses local ML inference to understand the environment. 2. Mutation, alters code structure, encryption algorithms, and extensions per host. 3. Evasion, uses real-time logic, for example, if AV alerts, modify code. 4. Result, no two endpoints show the same footprint, no IOC reuse.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alerts, multiple unique extensions, .lock1, .enc 2026, .cyb, on different systems. 2. Inconsistency, behavior-based detection varies, some hosts trigger alerts, others do not. 3. No hash match, no matching hash values across infected endpoints. 4. Action, flag anomaly as pattern inconsistency and escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation results.
1. File extensions, differ per host. 2. Execution path, varies, PowerShell versus Python versus binary. 3. Log mutation, malware modifies logs dynamically. 4. Conclusion, polymorphic behavior indicates AI modifying code. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation, the recursive strategy.
1. Logic, if AV alerts, modify code. If script blocked, switch to DLL injection. 2. Triggers, execution based on CPU usage, active services, and SIM logs. 3. MITRE mapping, T1480, execution guardrails, T1036, masquerading, T1606, modify tools. 4. Verdict, adaptive AI-driven polymorphic ransomware.
Incident response actions.
1. Lockdown, isolate infected systems immediately, network isolation. 2. Forensics, capture full memory dump, disk-level logs are insufficient. 3. Analysis, enable forensic AI-assisted behavior comparison across nodes. 4. Recovery, use host-based rollback from offline backups. 5. Block, dynamic execution frameworks, PowerShell, Python.
SOC Manager and CISO strategy.
1. SOC Manager, declare advanced zero-day threat. Activate threat research and reverse engineering team. 2. CISO, deploy AI versus AI threat defense models. Enforce security by isolation, sandbox. 3. Policy, implement endpoint-only execution policies, no unsigned code.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If each host shows different ransomware characteristics, how would you confirm it's the same attack campaign?
Answer, I'd correlate based on execution patterns, encryption triggers, traffic to similar C2 infrastructure, and behavioral anomalies. Unlike signature detection, I would apply MITRE attack mapping to analyze the systemic decision-making logic rather than static IOCs.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, inconsistent encryption patterns to escalates. 2. L2, extensions and methods differ per host, non-signature. 3. L3, AI-driven mutation confirmed, self-adapting malware. 4. IR, isolate, forensics via memory dump, rollback via offline backup. 5. SOC Manager, declare zero-day threat, initiate R&D investigation. 6. CISO, implement AI threat countermeasures and immutable infrastructure.
Scenario 4, Killware, physical damage ransomware.
Attackers target operational technology, OT, healthcare systems, or power grids not just for ransom, but to cause real-world physical harm if demands aren't met.
Why killware is a high priority, 2026.
1. Energy sector, power plant shutdowns. 2. Healthcare, delayed treatment leading to documented fatalities. 3. Industrial sabotage, ICS equipment overload causing physical failure. 4. Smart transport, fleet shutdowns and traffic light hacks. 5. The threat, pay us in 48 hours or we overload your system to critical failure.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. SIM alert, unauthorized SCADA commands issued from IT network. 2. Operational anomaly, OT systems show shutdown signals outside windows. 3. Network traffic, elevated traffic between IT and OT zones, segmentation breach. 4. Action, recognize cross-environment physical threat. Immediate high-priority escalation.
Tier 2 investigation, ICS specialist.
1. Source, compromised IT ops admin account. 2. Action taken, forced shutdown command issued to panel. 3. Defensive state, no emergency override triggered. 4. Ransom note, system override will continue unless paid. 5. Conclusion, killware live. Escalate to emergency cross-team response.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE ICS.
1. Vector, lateral movement from IT to OT via misconfigured firewall. 2. Impact, ransomware modified PLC configurations to trigger shutdown. 3. Evasion, AI component monitors SOC actions to speed up attack. 4. MITRE mapping, T0883, manipulation, T0890, loss of safety, T0853, modify control logic.
Emergency incident response actions.
1. Disconnect, isolate OT from IT immediately, emergency ICS switch. 2. Override, switch operations to manual safety mode. 3. Engage, bring in on-site ICS engineers immediately. 4. Recover, revert PLC firmware to last known safe version. 5. Priority, human safety is prioritized over data or financial recovery.
SOC manager and CISO strategy.
1. Manager, declare level 0 life-threatening incident. Trigger emergency command center. Notify NERC/NIST. 2. CISO, deploy ICS-only SOC. Implement Zero Trust ITOT segmentation. Validate ICS safety logic before changes. 3. Readiness, conduct cyber-physical joint red team drills.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, in a killware attack, what is the first priority? Contain the ransomware or protect system availability?
Answer, the first priority is safety and prevention of physical harm. I'd immediately isolate OT from IT, switch to manual override, and work with operations engineers to stabilize systems. After safety is ensured, containment and digital forensics can begin.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects unauthorized OT control to escalates immediately. 2. L2, confirms shutdown commands from compromised IT account. 3. L3, maps behavior to ICS manipulation via ransomware. 4. IR, emergency OT isolation, manual safety mode, reverse PLC configs. 5. SOC manager, declare life-threatening incident, activate crisis protocol. 6. CISO or CXO, implement Zero Trust ICS, join intelligence programs, train drills.
Scenario 5, ransomware targeting cloud backups.
Attackers bypass endpoint defenses and directly encrypt or delete cloud VM snapshots and backup repositories, leaving no recovery option.
Why this is a major interview scenario.
1. The impact, no file restoration, no snapshot rollback, no DR bootstrap. 2. The leverage, companies are forced to pay even if ransomware is found early. 3. Real targets, Azure VM snapshots, AWS EBS volumes, Veeam databases, Kubernetes clusters.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alert, mass deletion of VM snapshots initiated via cloud monitoring. 2. Anomaly, multiple backup vaults accessed outside scheduled windows. 3. Encryption, snapshot encryption keys altered in AWS KMS or Azure Key Vault. 4. Action, flag critical backup compromise. Immediate escalation to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, Cloud IR.
1. IAM logs, privilege escalated to backup admin. 2. API usage, logged in automation via service account found in backup software. 3. Activity, 40 snapshots deleted in 3 minutes. 4. Conclusion, attack targeting recovery infrastructure. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Vector, attacker compromised DevOps CI/CD service account. 2. Technique, modified KMS key policy to deny decryption. 3. Impact, executed auto-encryption of cloud volumes plus deletion of previous snapshots. 4. MITRE mapping, T1490, inhibit system recovery, T1531, account access removal.
Incident response actions.
1. Contain, revoke compromised IAM credentials immediately. 2. Block, disable backup API access and snapshot operations. 3. Recover, launch offline recovery procedures from air-gapped backups. 4. Restore, use last manually escrowed snapshot. 5. Legal, notify governance for legal notification.
SOC Manager and CISO strategy.
1. Manager, classify as critical recovery integrity threat. Block DevOps keys. Initiate cloud DR fallback. 2. CISO, implement immutable backups, worm. Enforce air-gap storage. 3. Access, backup access via just-in-time, JIT, tokens only.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If ransomware deletes cloud snapshots before encryption starts, how would you recover and prevent future incidents?
Answer, I'd switch to recovery using offline or immutable backups, as snapshots cannot be trusted. To prevent recurrence, I'd apply JIT permissions, enforce MFA for snapshot operations, and implement backup integrity monitoring with AI-driven anomaly detection.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects abnormal snapshot deletions to escalates. 2. L2, confirms backup admin credential misuse. 3. L3, identifies destruction of recovery mechanisms. 4. IR, disable API access, recover from offline backup. 5. SOC Manager, isolate breach, switch DR site. 6. CISO, implement immutable air-gapped backups and JIT access control.
Section completion, ransomware evolution.
1. Double extortion, encrypt plus data leak. 2. Triple extortion, plus DDoS warfare. 3. AI polymorphic, mutates per host, 0 day. 4. Killware, physical system targeting. 5. Backup sabotage, the no recovery attack.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs. Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Section 6, Insider and Human-Centric Attacks, 2026 SOC Focus.
2026 SOC Focus, Insider and Human-Centric Attacks.
In 2026, the most unpredictable cybersecurity threat is no longer the hacker outside the organization, it's the human inside. Human actions account for over 60% of cyber breaches globally.
What attackers exploit beyond systems?
1. Human psychology, social engineering and manipulation. 2. Trusted access, exploiting legitimate rights. 3. Exposure, contractor or third-party vulnerabilities. 4. Weak identity, auditing gaps in remote communications. To make things even more complex, attackers now leverage AI-powered tools like bad USBs, deepfake calls, and behavioral profiling to manipulate humans and stay undetected.
Scenario 1, USB Rubber Ducky 2.0, AI-injected HID attack.
An attacker uses an advanced USB payload disguised as a normal pen drive or charger. When plugged in, it emulates a keyboard, HID, and executes automated attack scripts without requiring malware files.
Why this is critical in 2026.
1. HID emulation acts as a keyboard to bypass USB restrictions. 2. AI scripts rewrites code on the fly to identify OS/environment. 3. Stealth, zero antivirus triggers, no executable dropped. 4. Impact, auto-escalates privileges and triggers lateral movement via encoded commands.
Tier 1 detection, L1 Analyst.
1. Timing, logs show random command execution milliseconds after USB plugin. 2. Context, user account not logged in during action. 3. Syntax, PowerShell execution with NOP, hidden yank. 4. Action, suspects, command injection via peripheral. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation results.
1. USB logs, flagged as unknown HID device. 2. Keystroke capture, commands executed at 120 WPM, beyond human capability. 3. Account context, used logged-in session but no user interaction. 4. Conclusion, HID-based automated attack, insider or physical. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. AI logic, payload adapts, if OS is equal to Windows to PowerShell, if network is equal to Corp to SMB. 2. MITRE mapping, T1056, input capture, T1200, hardware additions, T1543, create or elevate process. 3. Verdict, AI-driven hardware attack using rubber ducky HID injection.
Incident response actions.
1. Contain, disconnect endpoint from network without shutting down, preserve RAM. 2. Forensics, capture memory to dump active scripts and session processes. 3. Physical, identify physical access logs, CCTV, badge entry. 4. Audit, check other machines for USB anomalies. 5. Legal, notify HR and legal if insider is suspected.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, classify as physical plus logical hybrid breach. Force USB lockdown policy. 2. CISO, implement endpoint USB event monitoring, EUEM. 3. Policy, enforce USB port blocking or BitLocker key-only mode.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. What if the USB attack is done by a contractor with temporary access? How would you approach the investigation?
Answer. I'd coordinate with HR and security to gather badge access logs, verify workstation assignment, review session ownership, and isolate the device for forensic imaging. I would also check if other endpoints were impacted using the same contractor credentials or IP segment.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects non-human script execution post-USB plugin to escalates. 2. L2, identifies HID device and auto-scripted commands. 3. L3, confirms AI-based payload injected via hardware. 4. IR, isolate endpoint, conduct digital plus physical forensics. 5. SOC manager, enforce USB restrictions and insider review. 6. CISO, activate cyber plus physical access control measures.
Scenario 2, contractor-based insider threat.
Attackers exploit temporary employees, external consultants, or managed service contractors who already have approved access, weaponizing trust against the organization.
Why this is critical, 2026 context.
1. The vulnerability, contractors often have elevated access but bypass internal vetting. 2. The gap, shared accounts, exemptions from MFA, and remote access without verification. 3. The stat, 32% of major breaches are attributed to third-party insiders. 4. The logic, credentials are legitimate, making detection harder.
The attack lifecycle.
1. Access, contractor gains entry to the internal environment. 2. Injection, uploads malicious script or backdoors via internal tools, Jira, DevOps. 3. Latency, contract ends, but the backdoor remains. 4. Trigger, attack executes post-contract, time bomb or remote access.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Indicator, automated maintenance script run during non-approved time, 2 a.m. 2. Source, originating from contractor VPN IP. 3. Tactic, script is password protected and bypasses group policy. 4. Context, account last used 27 days ago, contract officially closed. 5. Action, flag as suspicious privileged access post-termination. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, identity analyst.
1. Account status, contractor, temp access, expired 30 days ago. 2. Activity, initiated system process change and extracted config file. 3. VPN logs, connected from non-approved geolocation. 4. Conclusion, contractor access misused post-contract. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Data theft, contractor downloaded internal config files. 2. Persistence, script created a scheduled task for reverse shell access. 3. Evasion, communication disguised as HR bot archive sync. 4. MITRE mapping, T1078, valid accounts, T1547, boot autostart, T1037, scheduled task. 5. Verdict, insider recon and persistence attack via post-contract access.
Incident response actions.
1. Contain, disable and delete contractor account immediately. 2. Revoke all associated tokens and VPN permissions. 3. Audit, review all actions across the last 90 days. 4. Remediate, remove deployed scheduled script and validate server integrity. 5. Legal, coordinate with HR and legal for contractor investigation.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, initiate insider incident response playbook. Audit access termination procedures. 2. CISO, implement just-in-time, JIT, access, no persistent access. 3. Policy, force account auto-expiry and immediate disable upon contract end. 4. Monitoring, adopt UEBA behavior risk scoring for contractors.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, if the contractor acted maliciously but had authorized credentials, does this count as a breach? How would you defend this?
Answer, yes. Even though credentials were valid, unauthorized access beyond contract scope is a violation. I'd treat it as an insider breach, activate legal cyber protocols, notify impacted stakeholders, and revise access termination policies to enforce immediate privilege revocation upon exit.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects privileged task by expired contractor to escalates. 2. L2, validates post-contract credential misuse. 3. L3, confirms persistence attempt and data extraction. 4. IR, disable account, revoke access, conduct forensic review. 5. SOC manager, improve access termination controls. 6. CISO, enforce JIT access plus legal cyber clauses for vendors.
Scenario 3, deepfake video call attack.
An attacker impersonates an executive or senior stakeholder in a real-time video call using AI-powered voice and face synthesis to approve sensitive actions.
The evolution of social engineering, BEC 2.0.
1. The tech, AI simulates facial movements, eye tracking, breathing, and voice tone from recordings. 2. The context, real-time conversational AI with context understanding. 3. The impact, case study, UK CFO authorized a $25 million transfer during a Teams call with a fake CEO. 4. The challenge, no malware, no phishing link. Just deep manipulation.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Indicator, privileged credentials used outside standard procedure. 2. Behavior, MFA push approved manually immediately after a video call. 3. Process gap, payment or system change executed via verbal approval, no ticket. 4. Action, notice high-level approval without change management record. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, risk analyst.
1. Metadata, call had no calendar entry and included an external unknown participant. 2. Biometrics, voice signature mismatch in phoneme analysis. 3. Location, known executive location data shows CEO was offline. 4. Conclusion, high probability of deepfake social engineering. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Vector, attacker used a compromised corporate meeting invite link. 2. Psychology, exploited human trust hierarchy, executive override. 3. MITRE mapping, T1656, deepfake, T1586, identity deception, T1539, bypassing authentication. 4. Verdict, deepfake executive impersonation for critical action authorization.
Incident response actions.
1. Contain, initiate transaction or system rollback immediately. 2. Verify, notify the real executive via phone to confirm denial. 3. Evidence, capture recorded call data for forensic voiceprint study. 4. Lockdown, lock down the MFA approval chain until validated.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare critical human-centric attack. Enforce out-of-band verification. 2. Protocol, enforce security-safe words during high-stakes calls. 3. Tech, deploy deepfake detection AI in real-time meeting monitoring tools. 4. Policy, restrict high-privilege actions to ticket-bound approvals only, no verbal overrides.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an attacker impersonates the CEO on a Teams call to request database MFA bypass, how would you prevent the employee from falling for it?
Answer: I'd enforce a policy that no privileged actions can be approved verbally, even by executives. All high-impact requests must follow digital workflows. Employees must verify via out-of-band communication, secure call, and we should implement executive safe word protocols for critical situations.
Summary checklist.
1. L1 detects privileged action outside workflow to escalates. 2. L2 finds video approval by non-verified exec. 3. L3 confirms deepfake impersonation attempt. 4. IR reverse action, capture evidence, security confirm. 5. SOC Manager, enforce no verbal approval policy. 6. CISO, implement safe words, deepfake detection, and MFA locking.
Scenario 4, privileged access abuse, non-repudiation bypass.
Attacker or malicious insider performs high-privilege actions while manipulating logs, identity tokens, or session integrity so actions cannot be traced back to them.
Why this is elite level, 2026.
1. The concept, non-repudiation means digital proof exists. Attackers are now breaking this. 2. The method, log tampering, exporting auth tokens, and session hijacking. 3. The result, the audit trail says, trusted account, but the human behind it is an attacker. 4. Real world, admin declares, I was not there, but logs say they were.
The real-world attack process.
1. Theft, insider steals a Kerberos token or service account. 2. Execution, uses it to execute privileged changes, AD/GPO/network. 3. Cover-up, before logout, modifies or deletes logs. 4. Reset, uses automation to reset logs to previous checksums. 5. Outcome, it appears as if no unauthorized action occurred.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Gap analysis. SIM detects log gap in event ID 4662/4688 sequences. 2. Escalation. Privilege escalation event, SADI bug privilege, enabled. 3. Anomaly. No recorded login associated with the privileged action. 4. Scripting. AD group membership change observed via rollback script. 5. Action. Flag as potential log tampering. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, forensics.
1. Audit logs, found missing or timestamp manipulated segments. 2. Access method, happened via service account with no MFA. 3. Kerberos, ticket replayed using pass the ticket attacks. 4. Origin, network session originated from an inactive workstation. 5. Conclusion, non-repudiation bypass. Probable insider or hijacking. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Tools, PowerShell remoting with invoke mimikatz for ticket extraction. 2. Vulnerability, attacker used service account hard-coded in legacy app. 3. Evasion, scripts rolled back AD changes and wiped security logs, event ID 1102. 4. MITRE mapping, T1078, valid accounts, T1555, credential theft, T1070, log clearing.
Incident response actions.
1. Disable breached service account immediately. 2. Isolate, enable DC isolation mode and restart Kerberos services. 3. Redundancy, review full security log forwarding to SIM, check backups. 4. Forensics, extract memory dump for token analysis, volatility. 5. Legal, begin internal investigation via legal and HR.
SOC Manager and CISO strategy.
1. SOC Manager, declare insider or privilege hijack. Force credential rotation. Apply zero standing privilege. 2. CISO, implement privileged access management, PAM. 3. Logging. Enable immutable logging, write once, tamper-proof. 4. Identity. Introduce identity attestation chains to track user device links.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If privileged access is misused using a compromised service account and logs are manipulated, how would you prove malicious intent?
Answer. Would use forensic correlation by reviewing lateral event logs, proxy, firewall, session metadata. I'd compare timestamps from independent logging systems, SIM, gather evidence from memory analysis, and apply user risk scoring to identify unauthorized access even if local logs were altered.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects log anomaly to escalates. 2. L2, identifies privilege escalation via legacy or service account. 3. L3, confirms token replay plus log manipulation. 4. IR, isolate, rotate credentials, perform memory forensics. 5. SOC Manager, start privilege abuse and insider probe. 6. CISO, enforce PAM, immutable logging, zero standing privilege.
Scenario 5, attack on logging integrity, SIM compromise.
Attacker manipulates or disables log forwarding or SIM ingestion to prevent detection and forensic investigation, effectively turning off the security cameras.
Why this is critical, 2026 context.
1. The goal, log invisibility, not just deletion. 2. Targets, SIM connectors, log forwarding agents, system time, NTP. 3. AI threat, attackers use LLMs to modify log formats dynamically to bypass behavioral rules.
The attack path.
1. Access, attacker gains compromised admin access. 2. Blind, suspends the SIM agent service via PowerShell. 3. Act, executes privilege actions and lateral movement. 4. Cover, modifies timestamps and log contents before re-enabling. 5. Result, history appears unchanged due to log wraparound.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Gap detected in SIM ingestion from 2:15 to 2:24 a.m. 2. Anomaly, newly enabled logs show system activity earlier than timestamps suggest. 3. System, endpoint logs indicate system time change requests. 4. Action, flag as unknown log blackout window. Push to Tier 2 immediately.
Tier 2 investigation, SIM engineer.
1. Agent status, SIM agent stopped and restarted manually. 2. Connectivity, endpoint ED logs temporarily lost connection. 3. Correlation, firewall logs show activity during the blackout window. 4. Sync, AD log sync shows timestamp mismatch, 4-minute delta. 5. Conclusion, logging system bypass suspected. Escalate.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Commands, found stop service, name Splunk forwarder, set date, and webtotal CL security. 2. Activity, during blackout, a new domain admin was added. 3. Technique, AI toolkit used for log normalization before re-ingestion. 4. MITRE mapping, T1562.001, disable security tools, T1070, indicator removal, T1600, anti-forensics.
Incident response actions.
1. Isolate compromised host immediately. 2. Correlate, perform time-based correlation using independent sources, firewalls, proxies. 3. Recover, enable memory image capture for forensic timeline recovery. 4. Verify, trigger emergency log synchronization and integrity check.
Strategic response, SOC Manager and CISO.
1. SOC Manager, declare security monitoring compromise. Mandate redundancy. Restrict ability to stop log services. 2. CISO, implement immutable logging, worm. Deploy cloud-level API protection. 3. Validation. Conduct red team anti-forensic simulation.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an attacker stops SIM agents and adjusts system time to hide activity, how would you detect the compromise?
Answer. I'd correlate timestamps using external log sources such as firewall, proxy, DNS, and cloud access logs which attackers typically can't manipulate. I'd also compare clock drift using NTP logs and review host memory to rebuild activity based on volatile evidence. Additionally, I'd manually identify event log sequencing gaps.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects log blackout window to escalates. 2. L2, finds agent manipulation and time adjustment. 3. L3, confirms anti-forensics via AI log normalization. 4. IR, isolate host, memory capture, timeline correlation. 5. SOC Manager, restrict log stop permissions, enable redundancy. 6. CISO, deploy immutable logging, simulation-based defense.
Section completion, insider and human-centric attacks.
1. USB Rubber Ducky 2.0, HID, AI attack. 2. Contractor threat, outsourced exploitation. 3. Deepfake video, BEC 2.0. 4. Non-repudiation bypass, privilege abuse. 5. Log integrity, SIM evasion.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving. Interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Section 7, Emerging and Post-2025 Cyber Threats.
The most dangerous threats are not the ones we've seen, but those silently evolving to break the foundations of cyber defense. SOC analysts entering the field today must be prepared for threats that tomorrow's textbooks haven't written yet.
The Future Threat Landscape, 2026+.
1. Quantum computing, breaking today's encryption standards. 2. Smart IoT and EV, pivoting attacks across digital and physical domains. 3. AI malware, malware targeting SOC analyst tools directly. 4. 5G and satellites, exploiting next-gen communication infrastructure. 5. Digital twins, sabotage of manufacturing and autonomous vehicles.
Scenario 1, Quantum Decryption Attack.
Quantum computing is used to break RSA, ECC, and TLS encryption, exposing decades of stored secrets in hours. This is the post-quantum encryption breakdown.
Why this changes everything.
1. Speed. Shore's algorithm allows decryption 1,000,000 times faster than traditional computing. 2. Exposure. Bypasses VPNs, TLS security, and stored password vaults. 3. The strategy. Harvest now, decrypt later. Nation-states are recording encrypted traffic today to decrypt when quantum capability matures.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alert pattern. Sudden spike in successful authentication using invalid or expired TLS certs. 2. Anomaly. VPN connections authenticated without valid handshake logs. 3. SIM. No traditional brute force evidence found. 4. Action. Flag as possible large-scale encryption bypass. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, cryptography analyst.
1. TLS handshake, completed without key exchange validation. 2. Cert status, uses deprecated ciphers that should have been rejected. 3. Packet analysis, historical traffic being replayed with valid decryption. 4. Intrusion, access attempted on archived data in storage servers. 5. Conclusion, encryption broken externally via compromised crypto. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Origin, evidence suggests attack via quantum simulation cluster. 2. Technique, attacker bypassed key negotiation entirely. 3. Impact, data exfiltration traces show retrieval of historical backups. 4. MITRE mapping, T1552, credentials in encrypted info, T1573, encrypted channel exploitation.
Incident response actions.
1. Shift, immediately shift channels to post-quantum cryptography, PQC. 2. Regenerate, create new keys using quantum-resistant algorithms, for example, Crystal's Kyber. 3. Revoke, invalidate all historical certs and VPN keys. 4. Audit, review all archive access sessions. 5. Notify, contact regulatory and government cyber response teams.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare crypto breach, national critical level. Enforce mandatory cryptographic asset discovery. 2. CISO, migrate to NIST-approved quantum-resistant encryption. 3. Agility, deploy cryptography lifecycle management, crypto agility, for rapid switching. 4. Training, run quantum attack simulation exercises.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an attacker can decrypt past encrypted data using quantum computing, what is the most immediate step to prevent irreversible damage?
Answer. I would implement post-quantum encryption for sensitive channels, revoke and regenerate cryptographic keys, and conduct a full audit of historical encrypted archives. Additionally, I'd implement crypto agility to rapidly transition algorithms and prepare a high-risk data protection plan for harvested information.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects encryption bypass without brute force to escalates. 2. L2, identifies asymmetric key breakdown. 3. L3, confirms quantum-level decryption capability. 4. IR, migration to post-quantum crypto, revoke old certs. 5. SOC manager, label quantum crypto failure incident. 6. CISO, launch PQC adoption and crypto agility roadmap.
Scenario 2. IoT mesh attack via EV or smart home.
Attacker compromises a smart device, EV, smart home hub, or wearable, moves through the home network to pivots to corporate endpoint used by remote employee to infiltrates enterprise.
Why this becomes common by 2026.
1. Convergence. Company laptops share home Wi-Fi with IoT devices. 2. Connectivity. EVs connect via Wi-Fi hotspots and sync with phones and email. 3. Assistance. AI assistants interact with work calendars. 4. Vectors. Entry via EVs, smart hubs, fitness trackers, or 5G routers.
The attack chain, lifestyle attack.
1. Compromise, attacker hacks smart EV via vulnerable firmware. 2. Jump 1, infects employee mobile via Bluetooth. 3. Jump 2, mobile syncs with corporate laptop hotspot. 4. Injection, malware injects scripts via remote management app. 5. Infiltration, endpoint syncs to corporate VPN to internal attack begins.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alert, unusual network handshake from non-corporate MAC via laptop hotspot. 2. Traffic, laptop initiates unknown connection to EV telematics cloud. 3. Anomaly, endpoint shows network routing anomalies. 4. Action, flag as shadow network connectivity, likely IoT compromise. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, network specialist.
1. Connection, peer-to-peer hotspot found from employee phone. 2. Logs, telemetry detected from EV system connected via phone. 3. VPN, office VPN session active during anomalous traffic. 4. Behavior, PowerShell running IoT device enumeration commands. 5. Conclusion, IoT-based lateral approach into corporate endpoint. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Vector, malware used can bust diagnostic vulnerability on EV. 2. Pivot, through beacon over Bluetooth LE to personal phone. 3. Method, attacked work laptop via Wi-Fi tethering, BYOD vector. 4. MITRE mapping, T1496, resource theft via IoT, T1200, hardware additions, T1041, exfil via network.
Incident response actions.
1. Disconnect endpoint from all non-corporate networks. 2. Quarantine, immediately quarantine mobile and EV from home network. 3. Instruction, instruct employee to remove vehicle from Wi-Fi access. 4. Forensics, perform system forensics and remote wipe of mobile sync data. 5. Lockout employees VPN until cleared.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare IoT origin cyber intrusion. Activate endpoint behavioral isolation. Redesign remote mesh policy. 2. CISO, ban non-SOC managed IoT tethering. Deploy AI-based IoT threat monitoring. 3. Policy, enforce employee cyber hygiene contracts for remote work.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an attacker gained access through an employee's EV then reached corporate systems, how would you prevent future attacks?
Answer. I'd implement isolated network tunneling that only allows corporate device traffic via approved secure routers. Additionally, enforce zero trust rules blocking untrusted communications, deploy mobile IoT monitoring, and require cybersecurity certification for remote work access.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects anomalous IoT network link via laptop to escalates. 2. L2, identifies cross-domain device access path. 3. L3, confirms compromise via EV to mobile to hotspot to corporate endpoint. 4. IR, quarantine all linked devices, revoke access, forensic cleanup. 5. SOC manager, IoT security enforcement for remote users. 6. CISO, implement zero trust plus employee IoT risk governance.
Scenario 3, Smart AI malware targeting SOC tools.
Malware uses AI to detect analyst investigation, then manipulate SIM, EDR, or SOAR tools in real time to evade detection, even attempting to mislead the analyst during live analysis.
Why this is a game changer, 2026.
1. The shift, traditional malware hides. This malware actively fights the SOC team. 2. Detection, it detects investigation, for example, analyst opening Wireshark. 3. Deception, suppresses logs or generates false, normal events. 4. Manipulation, modifies attack artifacts inside SIM dashboards. 5. Simulation, launches fake cleanup alerts saying the issue is resolved.
The attack process.
1. Infection, AI malware infects endpoint. 2. Detection, SIM alerts SOC to suspicious pattern. 3. Counter intel, malware detects security analyst logging in. 4. Shift, malware stops beaconing and pushes fake containment applied logs. 5. Evasion, analyst closes case, malware resumes attack.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Sequence, endpoint flagged for C2 beaconing. 2. Anomaly, 4 minutes later, system self-reports containment success. 3. Discrepancy, no IR ticket created despite critical alert originally generated. 4. Action, flag inconsistency, blocked malware should not self-report remediation. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, threat hunter.
1. Conflict, SIM alerts versus endpoint logs are conflicting. 2. Missing trace, malware remediation logs have no matching sysmon or EDR trace. 3. Timing, activity stopped exactly when analyst accessed the dashboard. 4. Registry, modified keys indicating anti-analysis mode. 5. Conclusion, possible manipulation of security tools. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Logic, found code, if analyst in user_sessions, enter stealth_mode. 2. Technique, changes SIM logs via API injection. 3. MITRE mapping, T1497, virtualization detection, T1562.004, evade security tools, T1601, control manipulation. 4. Verdict, self-adaptive AI malware with SOC system tampering.
Incident response actions.
1. Isolate, force endpoint into isolation mode fully offline. 2. Forensics, use air-gapped forensic laptop for memory analysis. 3. Reconstruct, conduct full telemetry reconstruction from external logs, firewall, proxy. 4. Disable agent auto-remediation features for the infected segment.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare SOC security tool compromise attempt. Disable AI remediation automation until reviewed. 2. CISO, deploy AI-powered defense engines. Implement multi-layer SIM log validation. 3. Deception, establish SOC deception tools, fake analyst sessions, to hunt adaptive malware.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, if AI malware stops activity when under analysis and manipulates SIM logs to appear clean, how do you validate authenticity?
Answer, I would cross-check SIM logs with independent sources like network traffic records and DNS logs. I'd use agentless forensic collection tools and memory analysis to avoid tampering. Additionally, simulating an invisible analysis session or using deception-based monitoring can trick the malware into continuing its activity.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects remediation anomaly to escalates. 2. L2, finds evidence of SIM manipulation. 3. L3, identifies AI-driven anti-analysis logic. 4. IR, isolate endpoint offline, rebuild logs from external telemetry. 5. SOC manager, disable self-clean automation and alert intel teams. 6. CISO, deploy deception-based monitoring and defense engines.
Scenario 4, 5G backdoor network exploitation.
Attacker abuses 5G networks, private 5G, or network slicing to create a semi-invisible backdoor path into devices, bypassing traditional perimeter defenses and moving faster than SOC detection windows.
Why this matters, 2026 context.
1. Architecture change, private 5G and network slicing create isolated lanes of traffic. 2. Speed, ultra-low latency allows attackers to scan, exploit, and pivot in milliseconds. 3. Bypass. Devices using 5G bypass traditional LAN and corporate Wi-Fi firewalls. 4. Impact. Creates new entry points outside firewall visibility and allows remote control at the telco layer.
The attack flow.
1. Infiltration. Attacker compromises telco system or misconfigured private 5G core. 2. Configuration. Injects malicious traffic routing rules into a specific network slice. 3. Targeting. Targets 5G connected endpoints, phones, IoT laptops. 4. Action. Uses ultra-fast C2 traffic to drop payloads and exfiltrate data, mimicking normal mobile usage.
Tier 1 detection, L1 Analyst.
1. Interface. Endpoint logs show connections over 5G interface instead of corporate Wi-Fi. 2. VPN. VPN client reports sudden routing anomalies, for example, routes via unknown gateway. 3. Traffic. Short bursts of high-volume data from 5G interface during off-hours. 4. Action. Flag as suspicious 5G interface activity. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, network or telco IR.
1. Details. Device using embedded 5G modem, bypassing corporate LAN. 2. Flows. Encrypted sessions detected to unknown 5G edge IPS. 3. Timing. Traffic spikes occur before any user logon. 4. Correlation. Multiple 5G enabled endpoints show similar bursts. 5. Conclusion. Possible 5G layer backdoor or misused private slice. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep investigation and MITRE.
1. Findings. Specific network slice configured with relaxed controls, no DPI or logging. 2. Vector. Malicious config change via compromised telco management account. 3. Technique. Attack uses 5G control plane to probe devices and establish persistent tunnels. 4. MITRE mapping. T1090. Traffic redirection. T1071. C2 over mobile. T1190. Exploit public service.
Incident response actions.
1. Policy. Disable or limit 5G interface usage on affected corporate devices. 2. Enforcement. Enforce VPN-only traffic rules, no split tunneling over 5G. 3. Coordination. Work with telco to inspect slice config and roll back unauthorized changes. 4. Remediation. Force endpoint scan and credential refresh on all 5G devices.
Strategic response, SOC Manager and CISO.
1. SOC Manager. Label incident telecom layer compromise. Establish escalation channel with telco security. 2. CISO. Require 5G security addendum in telco contracts, shared responsibility. 3. Technology. Implement mobile/5G aware network detection and response, NDR. 4. Drills. Add 5G exploitation scenarios to tabletop and red team drills.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an attacker uses a 5G backdoor path that bypasses your on-prem firewall, how would you still detect it?
Answer. I'd monitor endpoint behavior and interface usage, not just the network perimeter. I'd rely on EDR, VPN agent logs, and mobile/5G telemetry integrated into the SIM. Additionally, I'd enforce full tunnel VPN, so even 5G origin traffic must go through a secured corporate gateway.
Summary checklist.
1. L1 notices abnormal 5G origin traffic on corp endpoints to escalates. 2. L2 correlates 5G flows and VPN anomalies. 3. L3 confirms misused 5G slice/telco core config exploit. 4. IR restrict 5G use, enforce VPN only, work with telco to revert changes. 5. SOC Manager define telecom incident protocol and monitoring baseline. 6. CISO build 5G aware zero trust plus contractually enforced telco security.
Scenario 5, Satellite Cyberattacks.
Attackers compromise satellite communication channels to intercept, manipulate, or reroute data, targeting global operations, GPS-dependent systems, and even satellite ground station control signals.
Why this is critical, 2026 context.
1. Dependency. Satellites control fleet logistics, financial transaction timestamps, drone ops, and GPS. 2. Vectors. Attackers use signal interception, SSRF via APIs, and false GPS injection. 3. Reality. 2025 demos showed attackers rerouting live streams using modified software-defined radios, SDR. 4th. Blind spot. This bypasses traditional perimeter firewalls as perimeter defenses don't detect off-planet threats.
The attack chain.
1. Access. Threat actor locates a vulnerable ground station or satellite uplink service. 2. Exploit. Attacks via misconfigured satellite network access APIs or SDR jamming. 3. Hijack. Redirects data stream via compromised satellite relay. 4. Impact. Intercepts or alters GPS or time data to override navigation or disrupt global trade timing.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Time drift. NTP server anomaly showing time drift greater than 90 milliseconds from source. 2. GPS logic. GPS feed inconsistency in drones, vehicles, or ERP timestamps. 3. Log gap. Data received from satellite but not recorded in transmission logs. 4. Action. Flag as external telemetry manipulation. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, signal specialist.
1. Routing. Signal source indicates a different satellite route than expected. 2. Integrity. CRC mismatches detected, yet system accepted values. 3. Source. Satellite feed recorded as fallback source unexpectedly. 4. RF analysis. Detected abnormal modulation patterns. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Injection. Malware injected via partner cloud controlling satellite scheduling. 2. Interference. SDR-based interference model used to inject modified signal. 3. MITRE T1609. Service exploitation via insecure APIs. 4. MITRE T1596. Remote sensors or GPS manipulation. 5. Classification. Satellite signal hijacking with data manipulation.
Incident response actions.
1. Failover. Force all critical systems to switch to terrestrial backup feeds, fiber. 2. Validation. Initiate manual GPS and time source integrity validation. 3. Collaboration. Collaborate with national space security and global threat intelligence. 4. Isolation. Isolate one satellite communication until verified clean.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager. Activate satellite attack emergency procedure. Implement zero trust validation on telemetry. 2. CISO. Use multi-layered GPS and time sources, ground plus satellite plus radio. 3. Hardening. Harden satellite API access with quantum-ready encryption. 4. Drills. Include satellite hijack scenarios in cyber resilience drills.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If a satellite-fed timestamp or GPS feed is compromised and is affecting your critical infrastructure, what would you do immediately?
Answer. I'd switch to trusted terrestrial fallback systems and initiate signal triangulation for validation. I'd alert Spacecom CERT, isolate satellite-based interfaces, and treat all satellite-based telemetry as untrusted until verified. I would also correlate logs from alternate sources to rebuild accurate operational history.
Summary checklist.
1. L1. Sees telemetry and timestamp anomalies to escalates. 2. L2. Finds mismatched satellite relay path plus signal deviation. 3. L3. Confirms malicious signal injection via SDR or API compromise. 4. IR. Switch to terrestrial backup, validate GPS or time sources. 5. Manager. activate satellite incident response and supply chain alert. 6. CISO, deploy multi-source sync, quantum encryption and cyberspace drills.
Scenario 6. Cyber-physical AI attacks in autonomous vehicles.
Attacker manipulates AI perception systems, sensors, LiDAR, radar, cameras, to cause safety disruption, route hijacking, or force remote vehicle disablement, without directly attacking the automotive OS.
Why this is explosive, 2026 context.
1. The shift. Unlike traditional malware, these attacks target the AI decision model, not the software stack. 2. Exploits. AI adversarial attacks, modifying visual inputs, sensor spoofing, and V2X bypass. 3. Example. A decal on a road sign causes autopilot to interpret 60 km or H as 600 km or H, triggering an emergency kill switch. 4. Impact. Physical safety risks without ECU tampering.
The attack scenario flow.
1. Injection. Attacker modifies training data or injects adversarial pixel patterns. 2. Misclassification. Vehicle AI misclassifies an object, for example, road equals clear when it is not. 3. Routing. Auto-navigation routes dangerously, wrong lane, hard braking. 4. Disablement. Remote management receives spoofed safety override signal, vehicle disables.
Tier 1 detection, auto or safety SOC.
1. Telemetry. Vehicle telemetry shows sudden emergency shutdown. 2. Code. No malware or code change detected. 3. Sensors. Environmental sensory mismatch, camera versus LiDAR data anomalies. 4. Network. V2X packets received from non-approved node. 5. Action. Flag as potential AI misinterpretation or spoofed sensor event. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, cyber-physical analyst.
1. Validation. OTA revision confirmed legitimate. 2. Commands. Navigation commands show manipulated inputs. 3. Correlation. Radar data differs significantly from camera feed. 4. Context. Incident occurred near infrastructure with directed light reflection. 5. Conclusion. AI-driven attack via environmental manipulation. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Adversarial input. Detected high brightness/distorted inputs targeting classification models. 2. RF signal. Radio frequency-based signal targeting V2X channel. 3. Spoofing. Attacker spoofed traffic management node authentication. 4. MITRE mapping. AI evasion. T1496. Resource disruption. T1600. Control flow manipulation.
Incident response actions.
1. Disable. Immediately disable autonomous mode for affected fleet. 2. Override. Switch to human override only. 3. Integrity. Validate AI model integrity. 4. Forensics. Capture full telemetry and environmental inputs for analysis. 5. Coordination. Coordinate with transportation authority and law enforcement.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager. Declare critical cyber-physical incident. Disable autopilot/telematics. Trigger AI model retraining. 2. CISO. Implement AI adversarial defense models and sensor fusion anomaly AI, free. Hardware. Deploy edge security modules to block rogue RF injections. 4. V2X. Mandate secure V2X certificates for authentication integrity.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If an autonomous vehicle is compromised via adversarial visual input rather than malware, how can a SOC defend it?
Answer. I deploy AI adversarial input detection, use sensor fusion verification, and train ML models against manipulation attempts. Real-time anomaly monitoring from multiple data sources is key. Also, enforce strong V2X authentication to prevent spoofed override signals.
Summary checklist.
1. L1. detects unexplained shutdown to escalates. 2. L2, finds sensor mismatch and location-based anomaly. 3. L3, confirms adversarial AI and spoofed signal manipulation. 4. IR, switch to manual mode, forensic telemetry, sensor diffusion. 5. Manager, AI model patching plus safety protocol activation. 6. CISO, deploy AI adversarial defense plus secured V2X.
Scenario 7, Digital Twin Sabotage.
Attacker manipulates a company's digital twin model, altering virtual simulations that influence real-world manufacturing, supply chain strategy, maintenance predictions, or operational automation decisions.
Why this is relevant, Industry 4.0.
1. The concept. A digital twin is a virtual replica of a physical system used for predictive maintenance and planning. 2. The risk. Poisoning the virtual model leads to wrong decisions and real production faults. 3. Impact. In 2025, a manufacturer lost $40 million due to manipulated data causing simultaneous robot failures. 4. Stealth. SOC teams struggle to detect this because operations appear business as usual.
The attack process, data poisoning.
1. Breach. Attacker breaches cloud hosting or code of the digital twin platform. 2. Injection. Introduces false operational performance data. 3. Corruption. Predictive models recommend incorrect decisions, for example, delay repair. 4. Impact. Automated systems execute based on the bad model, causing physical damage. 5. Nature. No malware on endpoints, the attack is purely data-driven.
Tier 1 Detection, L1 Analyst.
1. Discrepancy, minor OT versus digital twin metric mismatch, for example, vibration levels off by 3 to 5%. 2. Logs, analytic system logs a delayed but abnormal efficiency dip. 3. Absence, no malware or intrusion detected in physical machines. 4. Action, flag as digital twin to OT anomaly mismatch. Escalate to Tier 2.
Tier 2 Investigation, Data Analytics Security.
1. Inconsistency, sensor data differs from twin data. 2. Updates, data model update logs show external modification without internal change requests. 3. Source, inference engine recalculated via an unknown pipeline. 4. Access, API-based call detected from a cloud-enabled partner system. 5. Conclusion, data poisoning via digital twin injection. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 Deep Findings and MITRE.
1. Injection, AI threat actor used model training injection logic. 2. Vector, model was altered via API connected to DevOps pipeline. 3. MITRE T1609, data manipulation for business impact. 4. MITRE T1565, data poisoning / supply chain AI compromise.
Incident Response Actions.
1. Freeze automated adjustments from digital twin. 2. Manual, switch affected plant to manual operational control mode. 3. Calibration, conduct point-to-point sensor recalibration. 4. Rollback digital twin from last known validated version. 5. Forensics, launch AI or data integrity review.
Strategic Response, SOC Manager and CISO.
1. SOC Manager, declare OT and AI data tampering incident. Mandate physical validation of AI decisions. 2. CISO, implement AI data integrity verification before execution. 3. Comparison, use trusted twin versus live twin comparison models to detect manipulation. 4. Resilience, develop cyber-physical resilience strategy.
Interviewer follow-up interview question: how would you detect if the digital twin model is being tampered with, even when no endpoint compromise exists?
Answer: I'd compare live operational sensor output with digital twin predictions using anomaly detection. Implement integrity hashing and require out-of-band validation for model changes. Also, I'd monitor API usage patterns and use AI-based deviation detection on the digital twin training pipeline.
Summary checklist.
1. L1 detects OT mismatch with virtual model to escalates. 2. L2 finds suspicious model inference update from cloud. 3. L3 confirms AI-driven adversarial data injection. 4. IR switch to manual mode, restore validated model, recalibrate sensors. 5. Manager enforce AI change controls and industrial safety audit. 6. CISO deploy twin integrity validation and cyber-physical resilience plans. Section 7 complete, emerging threats, quantum, IoT mesh, AI malware, 5G, satellite, auto AI, digital twin.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked, and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Section 8. Critical infrastructure and industry-specific threats.
In cybersecurity, not all industries are protected equally. Some sectors run critical services where attacks do not just affect systems, they affect human lives, national security, and the global economy.
The stakes are higher. 2026 context.
1. Healthcare, ransomware attacks can delay surgeries. 2. Banking, system manipulation can alter stock markets in milliseconds. 3. Manufacturing, ICS breaches can halt production in thousands of factories. 4. Defense, APT-based malware can remain dormant for years. 5. SaaS, token compromise can wipe out security trust instantly.
Scenario 1. Healthcare PACS ransomware attack.
Attacker targets PACS, medical imaging, scanners, encrypting patient data and shutting down hospital radiology functions. This creates a direct threat to patient safety.
Why healthcare is uniquely vulnerable.
1. Legacy tech, reliance on Windows 7/XP in imaging devices. 2. Patching, OT medical equipment is rarely patched. 3. Urgency, ransomware impacts treatment timelines. 4. Leverage, hospitals are often forced to pay due to life-critical urgency.
The attack flow.
1. Access, attacker gains entry via hospital VPN or telehealth vendor. 2. Movement, lateral move into radiology network or PAC subnet. 3. Deployment, deploys ransomware to imaging servers and connected scanners. 4. Impact, blocks access to radiology images. 5. Extortion, demands payment within 4 hours, citing patient lives.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Files, sudden surge of .dcm, medical image, file encryption alerts. 2. Availability, imaging servers unreachable via EMR systems. 3. Status, multiple devices showing offline in radiology control panel. 4. Action, raise, critical medical device outage. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, medical device specialist.
1. Network, imaging server fails ping test. 2. OS, endpoint identified as outdated Windows machine. 3. Note, ransom notes targeted at radiology operators. 4. Vector, lateral movement traced to vendor-supplied remote maintenance account. 5. Conclusion, targeted ransomware affecting patient-critical systems. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Exploit, used SMB vulnerability, Eternal Blue variant, on legacy PACS host. 2. Impact, medical staff forced to operate digitally blind. 3. MITRE T1486, data encryption for impact. 4. MITRE T1210, exploitation of remote services. 5. MITRE T1489, halt system operations.
Incident response actions, safety first.
1. Containment, disconnect PACS network without shutting down machines, protect logs. 2. Contingency, switch to manual imaging, film, and emergency transfer protocols. 3. Isolation, isolate vendor access tunnel. 4. Recovery, restore PACS via offline backup from imaging archive.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare life-critical cyber incident, code red. Activate hospital emergency governance. 2. CISO, segment medical device networks, IT versus OT. 3. Access, mandate vendor access control via zero trust. 4. Training, conduct cyber-to-clinic emergency simulations.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If ransomware disrupts imaging systems during critical care operations, would you prioritize containment or system availability?
Answer: in healthcare, safety comes first. I would isolate affected devices but restore minimal imaging via offline backup or film while keeping systems active for patient care. Containment must not interrupt critical clinical functions. Recovery is clinical priority guided.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects mass imaging encryption and device outage to escalates. 2. L2, confirms PACS ransomware via vendor network. 3. L3, identifies exploitation of legacy medical system. 4. IR, switch to manual imaging, restore from offline backups. 5. Manager, declare life-critical cyber emergency. 6. CISO, deploy OT segmentation, train medical technical teams.
Scenario 2, AI bot trading manipulation, fintech.
Attacker infiltrates automated trading systems using AI-driven decision interference, altering high-frequency trading, HFT, bots to manipulate financial markets. It is not, the system got hacked, it is, the economy got hacked.
Why this is huge, 2026 context.
1. Reliance. Financial institutions rely on HFT and AI-driven risk engines. 2. Speed. Stealth attacks last only milliseconds, long enough to cause millions in damage. 3. Exploits. Race conditions, manipulated classification models, and rogue API orders. 4. Impact. A 2025 leak showed an AI manipulation lasting 72 seconds caused a $310 million loss.
The attack flow.
1. Compromise. Attacker steals a PI key from a partner trading bot vendor. 2. Manipulation. Alters AI strategy model using adversarial financial indicators. 3. Execution. Trading bot issues high-volume sell or buy orders. 4. Reaction. Market reacts, stock price shifts. 5. Profit. attacker capitalizes via countertrade from offshore accounts.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Alerts, risk control engine bypass triggered unexpectedly. 2. Volume, abnormal cell volume in 0.5 second execution cycle. 3. Confidence, AI model decision confidence is unusually high despite market neutrality. 4. Action, flag as trading bot decision engine manipulated. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, trading system analyst.
1. Source, decision source identified as AI inference module. 2. Auth, trade API token issued from partner system. 3. Limits, order burst higher than configured limit. 4. Trigger, incorrect volatility spike signal injected. 5. Conclusion, algorithmic manipulation confirmed. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Adversarial AI, found logic injecting artificial volatility triggers. 2. Endpoint, no endpoint compromise found, attack was purely logic or API based. 3. Bypass, attack used ML bypass to mimic regulatory stress indicators. 4. MITRE T1609, data manipulation. 5. MITRE T1611, automated system interference.
Incident response actions.
1. Halt trading bot systems immediately, circuit breaker style. 2. Kill switch, activate market kill switch protocol. 3. Manual, switch trade systems to manual override mode. 4. Investigation, investigate impact against trade logs and regulator feeds. 5. Trace, identify parallel external trades to calculate profit or loss impact.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare financial cyber attack. Notify compliance, risk, and regulators, SEBI or SEC. 2. Validation, implement AI decision validation before trade execution. 3. Oversight, activate dual approval rule on trades exceeding risk thresholds. 4. Defense, deploy real-time AI adversarial defense engines.
Interviewer follow-up interview question. If a trading bot starts executing abnormal trades due to manipulated AI indicators, would you stop the trade engine immediately, even if market loss increases temporarily?
Answer: yes. Immediate system shutdown is essential. High-frequency attacks escalate loss exponentially if the bot continues. A temporary halt followed by forensic validation and executive override protects long-term financial stability.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects abnormal trading AI output to escalates. 2. L2, confirms false market indicators used. 3. L3, AI model adversarial manipulation via external partner API. 4. IR, halt bot trading, switch to manual control, investigate transactions. 5. Manager, engage compliance and regulators. 6. CISO, reinforce AI risk validation and dual approval rule.
Scenario 3, manufacturing ICS or SCADA breach.
Attacker infiltrates the industrial control system, ICS, or SCADA network, manipulating machines or halting production, affecting supply chains, safety, and company revenue.
Why this is critical, 2026 context.
1. Digitization, modern factories use ICS or SCADA, robots, and digital twins. 2. Vulnerabilities, attackers exploit legacy OT, flat networks, IT left-right arrow OT exposure, and default PLC passwords. 3. Real case, in 2025, a chemical plant evacuated after attacker-induced valve misconfiguration caused pressure buildup. 4. Impact, production lines halted, material damage, safety breaches, and economic loss.
The attack flow.
1. Entry, attacker compromises IT network via phishing or ransomware. 2. Pivot, laterally moves into OT network due to poor segmentation. 3. Access, gains access to engineer workstation or PLC configuration panel. 4. Action, issues malicious commands, halt motor/change temperature. 5. Method, uses valid ICS protocols, Modbus, OPCUA, not typical malware.
Tier 1 detection, L1 OT Analyst.
1. Config, PLC sends configuration change outside maintenance window. 2. Commands, engineering station executed remote Modbus TCP commands. 3. Process values changed without operator request. 4. HMI, human-machine interface shows altered manufacturing schedule. 5. Action, flag as unauthorized ICS command. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, ICS specialist.
1. Logs, operator logs show no manual commands. 2. Source, access trace to VPN credentials from IT network. 3. Impact, production stopped unexpectedly. 4. Hygiene, PLC security check reveals password unchanged for over 18 months. 5. Conclusion, ICS breach via remote access. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE ICS.
1. Commands, found, Modbus write register, stop conveyor, and OPCUA set temp, unsafe. 2. Vector, lateral movement from IT network indicates segmentation failure. 3. MITRE T0868, manipulation of control logic. 4. MITRE T0887, remote access tools. 5. MITRE T0814, lateral tool transfer.
Incident response actions.
1. Disconnect OT network immediately, but do not power down devices. 2. Safety, engage safety override mode to restore safe state. 3. Recovery, revert PLC configurations from last known good backup. 4. Inspection, perform physical safety inspection before restarting production. 5. Forensics, analyze engineering workstation.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare critical infrastructure disruption. Activate industrial emergency protocol. 2. CISO, implement zero trust network segmentation, ITOT. 3. Visibility, deploy ICS network IDs, Nozomi, Clarity, Dragos. 4. Policy, enforce PLC password policy and conduct cyber-physical safety simulations.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, if ransomware hits the IT network but does not affect OT directly, would you still assume ICS compromise risk?
Answer, yes. IT attacks can pivot into OT via shared credentials or misconfigured firewall rules. I would isolate OT, monitor ICS traffic, and validate PLC integrity before restoring systems. IT compromise equals assume OT risk until proven safe.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects unauthorized PLC command to escalates. 2. L2, confirms source via VPN from IT network. 3. L3, attack used normal ICS protocol, Modbus or OPC, no malware. 4. IR, switch to safety override, restore config from backup. 5. Manager, execute OT emergency protocol and audit segmentation. 6. CISO, deploy ICS IDs, enforce zero trust and cyber-physical drills.
Scenario 4, APT-based sleeping malware, defense sector.
Advanced persistent threat, APT, implant stealth malware in critical government systems, remaining inactive, dormant, for months or years, waiting for strategic triggers to perform espionage, sabotage, or coordinated attacks.
Why this is top priority, 2026 context.
1. Strategy, unlike ransomware, this aims for strategic intelligence or wartime readiness. 2. Dormancy, malware remains inactive for long periods, 6 months to 3+ years. 3. Triggers, activates based on dates, geopolitical events, or specific user logins. 4. Stealth, designed to avoid generating anomalies and often planted via supply chain.
The attack flow, long-term espionage.
1. Infiltration, APT actor compromises supply chain or insider consultant. 2. Implant, deploys stealth malware or BIOS-level implant. 3. Dormancy, stays inactive, disguised as legitimate DLLs. 4. Trigger, activates via external C2 command, date, or config change. 5. Action, begins slow drip exfiltration or full system takeover.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. Symptoms, rare system calls from signed but unrecognized internal DLLs. 2. Files, unusual shadow file creation in System 32. 3. Network, slight spike in low-volume traffic to government-controlled IPs abroad. 4. Action, flag as suspicious high-privilege DLL activation. Escalate immediately.
Tier 2 investigation, threat intel.
1. Signatures, not detected by standard antivirus. 2. Code, structure resembles known APT malware families. 3. Timing, activation coincides with high-profile political events. 4. Traffic, C2 traffic is geo-based and protocol masked. 5. Conclusion, high likelihood dormant APT activation. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Vector, malware loaded via DLL sideloading during vendor update. 2. Logic, found time-based trigger code, for example, activate if year is greater than or equal to 2026. 3. C2, communication via threat actor-controlled satellite relay. 4. MITRE T1546, event-triggered execution. 5. MITRE T1480, execution guardrails. 6. MITRE T1071, exfiltration via custom protocol.
Incident response actions, silent mode.
1. Containment, isolate affected segment without alerting attacker, silent containment. 2. Coordination, engage National Cyber Defense, CERT or NSA. 3. Forensics, deploy live memory forensic tools. 4. Strategy, do not trigger remediation immediately. Understand the scope first. 5. Eradication, remove malware only in a synchronized takedown across all nodes.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare National Security Incident, Priority 1. Suspend non-essential patching. 2. CISO, implement threat-based zero trust with continuous validation. 3. Supply chain, mandate SPOMs and code audits. 4. Hunting, perform scheduled dormant malware hunting.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, how would you handle a situation where malware has been dormant inside defense systems for 18 months without triggering alerts?
Answer, would initiate a silent containment process, restricting lateral movement while engaging national threat intel support. I'd avoid immediate remediation to prevent triggering the payload and begin forensic memory analysis. A coordinated takedown across all affected nodes would be executed only after the malware lifecycle is understood.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, flag suspicious high-privilege DLL to escalates. 2. L2, confirm similarity to known APT signatures. 3. L3, evaluates dormant logic and exfil trigger mechanisms. 4. IR, silent containment, national-level coordination. 5. Manager, declare strategic incident, suspend reactive actions. 6. CISO, supply chain hardening, threat-led zero trust.
Scenario 5, SaaS OAuth supply chain hijack.
Attacker compromises an OAuth authentication token at a SaaS provider level, uses it to impersonate client users or service accounts, and spreads access across thousands of tenant organizations, bypassing MFA and zero trust.
Why this is a top scenario, 2026 context.
1. Dependency, modern environments rely on OAuth-based SSO. 2. Risk, access tokens are highly privileged, long-lived, and often not revalidated. 3. Targeting, attackers target providers to gain access to all integrated systems. 4. Impact, one compromised key can lead to breaches across hundreds of enterprise environments, for example, Snowflake or GitHub incidents.
The attack flow, multi-tenant compromise.
1. Breach, attacker breaches SaaS vendor's CI/CD pipeline. 2. Extraction, extracts OAuth secrets used in customer integrations. 3. Auth, uses tokens to authenticate across multiple customer apps without MFA. 4. Movement, lateral movement via admin role impersonation and API connections. 5. Scale, single token equals hundreds of simultaneous enterprise compromises.
Tier 1 detection, L1 analyst.
1. API activity, admin API calls from unusual IPs displaying valid OAuth authentication. 2. MFA gap, no corresponding MFA or login session logs. 3. Identity, identity changes, role modifications, without interactive sign-in. 4. Correlation, multiple tenant access detected using the same session ID. 5. Action, flag as OAuth-based identity hijack. Escalate immediately to Tier 2.
Tier 2 investigation, cloud or SaaS analyst.
1. Token analysis, identified as OAuth refresh or access token, long-lived. 2. Origin, token issued via third-party integration. 3. Logs, confirmed no interactive user login occurred. 4. Scope, token grants full organization read or write across tenants. 5. Conclusion, multi-tenant OAuth hijack via integration compromise. Escalate to Tier 3.
Tier 3 deep findings and MITRE.
1. Credentials, attackers used stolen OAuth refresh tokens with admin scope. 2. Execution, activity spread across tenants from a shared cloud execution point. 3. MITRE T1528, steal application access token. 4. MITRE T1136, create or modify cloud account. 5. MITRE T1098, account manipulation, via OAuth. 6. MITRE T1199, trusted relationship attack.
Incident response actions.
1. Revocation, revoke all OAuth tokens and reset client secrets. 2. Enforcement, enforce token reauthorization with MFA. 3. Audit, audit API calls across tenants for impact mapping. 4. Block, block access from the compromised integration until re-verified. 5. Notification, notify affected clients immediately, legal or compliance-driven.
Strategic response, SOC manager and CISO.
1. SOC manager, declare SaaS multi-tenant breach. Trigger supplier incident protocol. 2. CISO, enforce MFA-bound OAuth tokens to prevent token-only bypass. 3. Policy, configure strict token expiry and rotation policies. 4. Containment, shift to scoped least privilege API integration.
Interviewer follow-up interview question, if an attacker steals an OAuth token and bypasses MFA entirely, how would you detect and prevent its use going forward?
Answer, would enforce conditional access policy requiring risk-based validation even for previously issued tokens. Revoke all active tokens, enable token binding to device or IP, and monitor API calls using behavioral analytics. Future tokens should require cryptographic attestation and minimum privilege scopes.
Summary checklist.
1. L1, detects token-only privileged access to escalates. 2. L2, identifies API actions without interactive sign-in. 3. L3, confirms multi-tenant OAuth hijack via third-party integration. 4. IR, revoke tokens, force reauth, notify tenants. 5. Manager, execute vendor security incident protocol. 6. CISO, enforce OAuth hardening and integrate SaaS risk governance. Section 8 complete, critical infrastructure and industry threats, healthcare, banking, manufacturing, defense, SaaS.
The conclusion, you are ready.
If you've watched this far, congratulations. You just walked through the most advanced SOC Analyst cybersecurity scenarios publicly shared on YouTube. These were not generic questions, they are the blueprint for the future.
The reality of modern cyber threats.
1. Scope, attacks spread across AI, cloud, IoT, quantum, OT, defense, finance, and SaaS. 2. Impact, these threats affect human lives, national security, industry production, and economic stability. 3. Demand, the industry needs your skills now more than ever.
Why this matters for your career.
1. Freshers, you now know what interviewers expect beyond the textbooks. 2. Experienced, these are the next generation threats you will handle daily. 3. Tier 2/3 and hunters, this video is your strategic blueprint for career advancement.
Your immediate next steps.
1. Review, rewatch the scenario section that matches your target role. 2. Prepare, pick 2 to 3 scenarios and prepare them as case studies for your interviews. 3. Engage, comment the one scenario that shocked you most. 4. Share, send this to a peer preparing for SOC interviews to set them apart.
The paradigm shift.
Cybersecurity is no longer about stopping attacks. It's about predicting them, before they even happen. If this video changed how you think, let me know in the comments with one word, future ready. The cyber threats of tomorrow don't need more tools. They need better cybersecurity minds.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 6 PDFs containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked and system design. Required for your cybersecurity jobs interviews like Junior Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity SOC Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity GRC jobs, Cybersecurity CISO jobs, Cybersecurity Incident Responder jobs, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Malware Analyst jobs, Cybersecurity Engineer jobs, Cybersecurity Architect jobs, Cybersecurity Manager jobs, Cybersecurity Consultant jobs, Cybersecurity Specialist jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 6 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
For more exciting tips, tricks and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers, for 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most Ask interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.